Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I am with you this evening to talk about a new third phase of Moon documentary. Some of you may remember that one was released shortly ago. Actually, I'm going to have to check to see when was the first one. So today, a new third phase of Moon documentary was released, and it's called Third Phase of Fake: Recent Hoaxes, Fakes, and Misrepresentations. The first Third Phase of Moon documentary uh, was released 14 days ago. So 2 weeks ago, the first Third Phase of Moon documentary was released, and it is by a gentleman called Sapiens Culture, a Reddit researcher. And I'm going to tell just a quick version of the story in case you are unaware. But Sapiens Culture, for I think several years, had been going through Third Phase of Moon material and really investigating them. And he did an incredible job proving, among other things, that when they first started their channel, they were purposefully filming fake UFOs right near their home. His documentary proves that, with the same camera, and pretending that people were sending them UFO videos. But his research is very thorough, and it is very clear and overwhelming that all of those UFO sightings that they were uploading early on when they began their "Hi, we're UFO experts" thing were created by them. And they stood there in front of cameras and lied and said that people were sending them UFO videos, that they were making them. It's very clear, unless there's some grand conspiracy here and people from all over the world were sending them UFO videos, but they only just happened to post the ones that, there's 10 of them that all were filmed within 2 miles of their house with the same camera, too. People have looked at the videos. You can do that scientifically and say, these videos were all filmed with the same camera. So the original Third Phase of Moon documentary, by the way, it's called The Hoax Files, Third Phase of Moon Exposed. It went through and detailed a lot of their history. And Sapiens Culture began, there's 30, by the way, 30 hoaxes in the first Third Phase of Moon documentary. And he went through in chronological order. And so, yeah, there was stuff in there from 10, 12 years ago when they started, but I think that's relevant. If 10, 12 years ago, they stood there right around their house with the same camera and filmed fake UFOs and then added things, however they created the hoaxes, they were filmed within 2 miles of their home. 10 of them. 10 of them. And then they stood in front of cameras and lied to everyone. I don't care if it's 10, 12 years ago. That is relevant. Remember, a documentary is a story. This is the story of Third Phase of Moon. And it begins with them purposefully faking things. And we go through their history in this first documentary. There are some laughable, absolutely laughable CGI UFOs in there, CGI alien hoaxes that they themselves created the videos. Them and their friends would get together and create fake videos about UFOs and aliens, and then they would post them and pretend that people sent them to them. That's their history. And some people lost, or lazy people. I hear one person in particular, I didn't watch it. I only watched the first 20 minutes, and that's shit from their past. Yeah, because well, it wasn't supposed to be a series, but it is now. But this documentary series is telling their story. And it's detailing the fakes, frauds, misrepresentations, hoaxes, and total garbage that they have been creating since they began. So, but in the first documentary, eventually, it's a 2 hour documentary, an hour and 15 minutes into it, a certain idiot show host who keeps saying that they haven't hoaxed anything in 8 years. Wait, shit, they got caught. They haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years. Shit, they got caught. They haven't hoaxed anything in 3 years. And soon it's going to be shit, they got caught. They haven't hoaxed anything in 2 years. And then we'll catch them again. That's going to be, they haven't hoaxed anything in a year. We're going to get up to, they haven't hoaxed anything since last week here. This is getting absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that some idiot would sit there, not watch the documentary, and then lie about it and say it doesn't include anything that's not 10 or 12 years old. Bull. It does. It does. He just couldn't get the brain cells together enough to pay attention for the 2 hours to get to the point, hour and 15 minutes in, it even directly addresses these fake talking points that they haven't hoaxed anything in the past 5 years. The first documentary directly addresses those lies and proves their lies. But some people did miss that because the spin masters come out. Yeah, like, let's spin this shit. This is all what I said. Remember what I said? They got to go back 10, 12 years. That's what they did. This is all stuff from their past. They've already apologized. Where's the apology video? Did I miss it? Where is the video of them? Pardon me. Where is the video of them apologizing? I don't see a video on their channel, and believe me, I looked. There's no video on their channel apologizing for all their past mistakes. Does he mean when they go, no doubt about it, we've made mistakes in the past, but we're doing things better now, at the start of a 40-minute live video? That's an apology? They literally created 10 hoaxes within 2 miles of their house when they started, and all they'll talk about, the only apology we get is, no doubt about it, we've made some mistakes in the past. And again, I get what people are saying. Yeah, that is a mistake. But when you purposefully create a fake UFO video, that's not a mistake. That's a purposeful act of fraud. You didn't make a mistake. You chose to do that. Was it a mistake doing that? Yes. But to just say, we made some mistakes, why doesn't either of them say, we intentionally and purposefully misled the public. We created UFO videos ourselves, which were fake, and pretended to send them, that we were getting sent them. They don't do any of that. That's not a real apology. That's like an I'm sorry, but. By the way, I learned this from my wife. You ladies will agree with me here. My wife taught me that I can't ever apologize with a but. You can't. It's not a true apology. And I did that to my wife and other, you try to half apologize, right? A real apology is to just admit first of all, you got to admit what you did. Just saying, we made some mistakes in the past, that's not sufficient. But back to the first documentary. So the first documentary is great because it details their early history. And by the way, I didn't know this was going to happen, but now we've got a series of documentaries. Great. It details their early history, their ridiculous hoaxes, their employing actors. By the way, they even use their own 4-year-old son. That's detailed in the first documentary, The Hoax Files, Third Phase of Moon Exposed. By the way, the link to both of the documentaries, the new one that we'll talk about tonight and this old one, is in the description of this video. Now, some people are asking me, who don't know the story, why is it on Odyssey, Stephen? Are you doing an exclusive deal with Odyssey? I wish I was. So Sapiens Culture did amazing research on them. Amazing. And I told him some time ago, or I don't recall if I told him this or he told me, But somewhere in our back and forth, he said, I'm going to make a documentary about all my research. And I said, that's a great idea, because some people won't read all those Reddit posts. I think many, many more people will see it if you put it in a video. And he did. And it was fantastic. Great. Everybody loved it who has seen it so far. So, well, everybody but Third Phase of Moon and Goofon, and maybe whoever else works for them, stupid enough to work for them. So, Third Phase of Moon, who, by the way, say, we're just putting this out there. What is this? Do you know what it is? Can you help us identify this unidentified? Yeah. The guys who say that, Sapiens Culture knew what some of those UFOs were. Sapiens Culture proved what they were. They were purposeful hoaxes. And so he put it all in a documentary. He put it on YouTube, and Blake Cousins copyright claimed him. Hard strike. Essentially threatening to sue him for copyright infringement. So, Sapiens Culture, a very small voice. And I had been back and forth with him. I knew that his work and his research was impeccable. I knew that that was good work. He sent me the video when he posted it to YouTube. And I don't know why, but I downloaded it from YouTube immediately. I didn't watch it on YouTube. And I don't even know why I did that, but I did. And then it was copyright stricken off of YouTube within an hour or two of him posting it, or something like that, to the best of my recollection. So we all got together, me and some other content creators, and decided to help that researcher and YouTube content creator, because that's not fair. It was clearly fair use. There's a fair use disclaimer in it. He's talking about and criticizing it. He did it for educational purposes, and it's not monetized. That tips the balance of fair use against almost anybody. You could win a fair use argument of this type with Disney Corporation. But somehow Third Phase of Moon thinks they're above the law, and they're going to somehow copyright claim this guy to get the video taken off of YouTube. Here's where they really screwed up. They did not know that Sapiens Culture and I had been talking about this for some time, that I had been reading all of this person's research and findings and evidence on Reddit. So they copyright claimed him, and I'm sure they thought, nobody knows who that guy is. We'll just copyright claim it, get it off of YouTube so nobody sees it. And this really, truly backfired on them, because me and a bunch of other content creators said, that's not fair. We have to do something about this. So we came up with a plan. We're calling it the Truthseekers Distribution Network. And when something like that happens, all of us in the group will take the video and upload it everywhere we can. And that's what we did in this case. And the last time I checked, that first Third Phase of Moon documentary combined, I think it's over 20,000 views on all the different videos. A bunch of people uploaded it in this new network of ours. So it backfires on Third Phase of Moon. They think they're going to stop everybody from seeing it, and suddenly everybody's talking about, why did they copyright claim it? I got to see this. Why would they do that? Why would they strike a YouTube channel over this? It must be good. Must be damaging if they don't want people to see it. So they shot themselves in the foot like dummies. And I'm glad they did. So the first documentary, 14 days ago, 20,000 views or so. And by the way, this is a bullshit move on Third Phase of Moon's part, because if it's getting 20,000 views on, BitChute and Daily Motion and Vimeo, and where else is it at? Odyssey, and it's on Biblibee or something, the Chinese version of YouTube. But good. Now the Chinese people can be educated, because somebody even translated it with Chinese subtitles. And I hear it's in some place in Mexico. It's on a video site from Mexico with Spanish subtitles. So everybody really pitched in to help to really make sure that this person, Sapiens Culture's voice, was not drowned out or stomped out by censorship by the people he's covering. Do you know? I mean, this is ridiculous. He's doing a documentary proving that they keep faking things and that they essentially committed consumer fraud for years. And they get to say nobody's allowed to watch that? That's bull. But on to the next documentary. So, Rich from GoofOn, his talking points have been, remember, they haven't faked anything in 8 years, then it was 5 years, now it's 3 years. He has no arguments here. And it's unfortunate, but I warned him. I told him that he would have no credibility if he worked for them. And he didn't listen to me. And I've heard from several people today that said he used to do good work before he got with them. And we're going to talk about this because it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that he goes cheap, because what Third Phase of Moon offers critics to shut them up is some little side deal where they're going to get some ad revenue. They try to buy me, in my opinion. I'm entitled to an opinion. They offered me a deal wherein they would give me YouTube ad revenue if I worked with them. Now, to be 100% honest, they didn't say, if you take this deal, Stephen, you got to shut up and not be unkind and stop being so unkind to us. They didn't say that. But based on their history, I perceived it as a bribe. And anyone can understand why I would have perceived it as a bribe. Because Third Phase of Moon apparently has a history. When somebody is very critical of them, they go to them and they offer them some kind of a deal for a little bit of ad money or something. By the way, you could tell they're wealthy and cheap people, because normal people understand the value of time and, pay a man a day's wages for a day's work. Not them. No. They try to pay people off extremely cheaply. But anyone can understand why I would have perceived this deal that they offered me as a bribe. Because right before that, I was being very, very critical. And I'm sure they did say things like, well, we should work together instead of, attack each other. That's not productive. If we work together, we could do great things. What great things? You're going to put me out there on the scene like a cheap whore, like Rich from GoofOn, right? Defending your bullshit? No, bro, I don't think so. So back to my point. The reason that I perceived that what they did as a bribe is because they've done it. They have done it. Rich from GoofOn used to be very, very critical of Third Phase of Moon, more than me. More critical. Well, maybe not now, but he was very, very critical of them, called them hoaxers, said, they fake shit. They fake shit constantly. Then they went to Rich and offered him a deal, and he took it. And suddenly, Third Phase were great. They were turning over a new leaf. They were doing things the right way now. No, they weren't. We've proven that. These documentaries are so goddamn damaging. The fact that anybody would argue with literally 4 hours, well, I think it's 4 hours and 23 minutes now of absolutely overwhelming evidence of their fakery, fraudery, and bull over the years. The fact that somebody would argue with that, I don't know what to say about that. Like, really? You're going to double down again? So Third Phase of Moon, Rich is very, very critical of them for a certain period. And talked all kinds of smack about them. He'll even tell you that he talked all kinds of shit about them. Then Third Phase of Moon came to him with a deal, and he completely not only stopped being critical of them, not only stopped saying they were hoaxers, but he started defending their fakery, fraudery, and bull. And the other reason that I perceived it as a bribe is because they've done this before. UFO Proof was very, very critical of Third Phase of Moon for a time. And then they paid him off. And he's suddenly their big supporter after they paid him. Do you see how this works? This dirty business? This is dirty business. And isn't it interesting that they try to buy people? Well, it's interesting that they try to buy people who are critical of third phase of moon. But what's more interesting to me is the fact that some people take them up on their offer, and it becomes oh so clear. You know, you don't do a 180 on these guys without any reason. Just because they said they're changing, suddenly they're good people now. I really don't think so. But what happens is some people really need the money. So UFO Proof, you know, he's a drug addict by all accounts. Pardon the expression. I have substance issues myself. And by the way, while they had somebody with terrible drug issues working with and for them, did they get him a rehab? Did they try to get him help? Did they do anything to help his drug problems, or did they just exploit him? So interestingly, I have a video here if I can find it. So we know that third phase of moon entered into a business relationship with Rich from Gufon, and then Rich from Gufon, after the business relationship began, stopped being critical of them and started supporting them, then started defending them, saying absolutely ridiculous things like third phase of moon never hoaxed anything. Oh man. I mean, I just have to shake my head at that one. He stood in front of cameras and said, third phase of moon never hoaxed anything. And I have a feeling that Rich is so lazy that he was not aware that all of this evidence still existed. We also have to remember that third phase of moon did a fairly good job at deleting all of their really old stuff that completely and totally proves that they fake shit. But we got it all. We got all of it. So Rich I think he just listened to them, you know, like, oh, you know, people are saying you're hoaxing stuff, guys, and they just give him some excuses and he believes them. It's unfortunate, but that appears to be, to my best. I mean, I don't know, but I think that's what happened here. And now he looks foolish because he just listened to them. Is it any wonder to him that they would lie to him too? You know, like, this makes no sense. But back to UFO Proof, who, by the way, has incredible drug problems. And we did a piece here on that guy. He stole from his own cancer benefit and pretended to have terminal cancer so people would feel sorry for him and give him money. He's also stood in front of a live stream camera begging for money, holding a baby up, claiming that he needed money to get home. The man has terrible drug problems. I hope he gets help. In fact, I decided I'm going to reach out to him because he sort of disappeared and nobody knows what's going on with him. And if third phase of moon, who has a business relationship with him and used him, milked him for fake stories to sell, doesn't care enough, then I will. I'll go contact him and see, is he okay? Can I help him get into a program and rehab something? They did nothing for this guy except milk him for fake stories. But before they started paying him YouTube pennies or something, he was incredibly, incredibly critical of them. Very critical of them. Here we have a older video. Now, remember, this is UFO Proof before they started paying him.
See, now, if you look closely, you can see where the microphone is stashed on the tree right next to him. Is that fucking funny or what, dude? You broke pieces of shit. Who would fucking work for your stupid cousin's productions, okay? God damn, dude. It's like, yeah, I'm going to go to the cousins. Oh, look at this. Look at the cord. It's over the fucking fence pole. Look at that. Look at it hanging down. Look at this shit, dude, running up like between his crotch. Are you fucking kidding me, you stupid asses? Who the fuck takes these guys seriously? Who, for real? Who takes these guys seriously? It drives me fucking crazy. And these fucking assholes don't know the first thing about a fucking petroglyph. They have no idea. They're like, oh, these are fucking alien petroglyphs. No, they're not. Okay? I mean, they know exactly what a lot of these petroglyphs actually mean, which is rare considering a lot of petroglyphs, like in the Americas, they don't have a clue what they mean because the civilization that created them still live there. So it's like their stories were still passed on. People still know about King Kamehameha and stuff. So they have that. Like this right there. He's like, oh yeah, this is a gray alien. This is a fucking bird, man. Okay. And I got some clearer pictures. I'll pop those guys up. Yeah. Pop those for you so you can see.
So remember, this is before UFO Proof worked for them. And he is titling his video Third Phase of Moon Debunk. And in his video, he says, busting the hoaxers. Again, this is before he entered into a business relationship with Third Phase of Moon.
What it looks like. He's like, oh yeah, it's a fucking alien. Look at the little microphone in his hand. What a stupid ass, dude. He's like, it's a gray alien. Look at its feet. You see right there? You see, it's got long fucking arms. It's meant to dress like a bird. That's because the people of Hawaii, the warriors of Hawaii, actually dressed like birds. They would wear a hollowed out gourd over their head.
You would think people from Hawaii would know that. That's enough of that, friends. But just enough to display. By the way, this is a fair use. This is a transformative work. I'm educating the public about Third Phase of Moon, and I'm using that video as an example and also to display to people that my arguments are correct. Third Phase of Moon goes after and tries to buy or bribe people who are very, very critical of them. That's my opinion based on this available evidence. We have more evidence of that because Rich from Goofon used to be very, very critical of them. He enters into a business relationship with Third Phase of Moon, and suddenly Rich is running around telling people, quote, they never hoaxed anything, unquote. UFO Proof, there's a lot more videos than that, and we got them all, by the way. Don't try taking them down. Won't work. UFO Proof used to be incredibly vicious about them and going after them as being hoaxers, fakers, frauders, all the same things that you've heard me say. I suppose the difference between me and UFO Proof is that when he was offered a business relationship with Third Phase of Moon, he took the deal. And right after he took that deal, UFO Proof never again was critical of Third Phase of Moon or anything they did. And in fact, he became a cheerleader for them, much like Rich from Goofon. And of course, Rich from Goofon used to be very, very critical, enters into a business relationship with Third Phase of Moon, never critical again. In fact, Rich is staking his reputation on Third Phase of Moon not being frauds and hoaxers. A terrible gamble. I don't know how he thought this was going to work out. I think that they talked him into it. I do. I think that they assured him they're doing things the right way, and he believed them. And part of me thinks I can't blame him for giving them the benefit of the doubt. I can't blame Rich for wanting to see the best in people. That's a flaw of mine. I don't see the best in people. I see the worst in people usually. I really try hard to see the best in people. Now, there's more evidence that they do this to people critical of them. Another person that was incredibly critical of them is Heathcliff Spencer, who appears from Astral Citizens, formerly Lion's Ground. As Lion's Ground, he went after them. And did some incredible work debunking their fakeness. There's a part in the second documentary which just cracks me up because Heathcliff called them out for there's a magic illusion. It's called the lean. Look it up on YouTube. The lean. Third Phase of Moon got a video of somebody doing that magic trick. It's called the lean. Look it up. It's where you like lean back and it looks like, how could you be doing that? Michael Jackson used it as well. So they went on with Heathcliff, and Heathcliff went after them about that. Like, you didn't know this was the Michael Jackson thing? Really? You put it up claiming, does this man have superhuman powers? He did a great job. Anyway, Heathcliff was very, very critical of them. as anybody should be. And they tried to enter into a business relationship with him because he was critical of them. Do you see the pattern here? Now back to me. I was very, very critical of them. They tried to enter into a business relationship with me. And to be very clear, just because I don't want to get any shit over this, they did not say, if you enter into this business relationship with us, you can no longer be critical of us. You have to be nice to us. But it just made sense to me that I can't do a business deal with them and then put them on blast the next time they post garbage videos. It comes with the business deal to me. What am I going to do? Well, I signed a business deal with those guys, but they're hoaxing again. No. So this is all, the methodology is all, let's silence the critics so we can keep this thing going. If it costs us a little bit of money, okay, it might cost us a little bit of money. And by the way, they offer people a very, very little bit of money, surprisingly tiny bit of money. I sure hope that the people who took the deal and sold out and sold their souls got more than they offered me. But I'm told no, they didn't. And I'm told that they're cheap like that with everyone. So it is what it is. So on to the new documentary. But before we do that, no, let's go on. Okay. So we covered the how to keep the critics, how to silence the critics. According to Third Phase of Moon's playbook, you buy them. That's what you do. You buy them. We got to get these people to shut up. Just buy them. Just buy them off. And it's sad that they would do that, but what's more sad is that people would take the deal and then become their cheerleaders and look foolish for saying ridiculous things like they haven't hoaxed anything ever, or within 8 years, 5 years, 3 years. We're coming down to 2 years now. So I think the new documentary, I want to thank the other people who contributed to it. Of course, Heathcliff from Astral Citizens with his incredible production, awesome contributions, and he debunked five recent hoaxes, all from the past year. And also, I have to thank him because one of Third Phase of Moon's talking points and their supporters' talking points is they didn't purposely hoax it. And Heathcliff actually, in his video, I repeated it in the other part of the documentary. Heathcliff defined a hoax, and by the textbook and dictionary definition of a hoax, they don't have to go out and film it for it to be a hoax. Rich keeps acting like if they didn't go out and film it, then it's not a purposeful hoax. It's just that people sent them things. Bullshit. It's a hoax. All that is required is trickery. But then we get into the excuses. Third Phase of Moon loves to pretend that they've been UFO investigators for 15 years, and they do not know the difference between a UFO and lens flare. They do not know the difference between a UFO and Chinese lanterns. They do not know the difference between rocket exhaust and real UFOs. They do not apparently know the difference between a helicopter and a UFO, even when they're staring right at it. Because what did they do? They took a special camera, overexposed a flying helicopter. Oh, this new documentary nails them on that. And that was within the past 3 years. They purposefully went out and filmed a helicopter, overexposed it so it just looked like a bright glowing orb in the sky, and then pretended it was a UFO, uploaded it to their channel. By the way, there's a second camera that they're shown in the video taking it. So could they release the second camera to us so we could see it's just a helicopter? They're not going to do that. And Third Phase of Moon doesn't know what a fishing boat apparently in the ocean is, because they pulled that same stunt with the overexposure with a fishing boat. out in the ocean pretending it was a UFO. These are purposeful hoaxes. But Heathcliff correctly pointed out and reminded me that they don't have to be the ones filming it or creating it for it to be a hoax. All the hoax requires is trickery. Is it trickery that they pretend that they don't know what lens flare or Chinese lanterns, rocket exhaust, or helicopters are? Yeah, yeah, it is trickery. And the other argument that they love to use is, well, we don't do any research. We're just putting this out there first. So congratulations, you're shoveling garbage out there faster than anyone else can. Great job shoveling garbage out into the community. Great job shoveling fake information quickly into the UFO community. I'm so glad that you shovel the information, the fake information quickly. I like that so much better than slowly shoveled garbage, fake disinformation, right? These arguments are simply excuses. So the documentary also goes over a Pepper's ghost illusion. By the way, I did magic shows. I knew instantly that that was a Pepper's ghost illusion. And for those unaware, a Pepper's ghost illusion is it's a magic trick. These guys like magic tricks, I think. They must be fans of magic because they posted a video of a guy doing a magic trick called the lean and pretended it was something supernatural or, otherworldly, right? And boy, I'm looking for a Pepper's ghost. Here is a Pepper's ghost. There we go. So this, back in the day, is how theater magicians would create illusions of ghosts for people. And it uses a sheet of glass. So this new documentary, it details and proves 100% that they used this method. It's reflected light through glass. In their case, it was reflected lights off the house through glass that made it appear to be an object in the sky. But there's amazing proof that it was a hoax. First of all, Ollie from Alien Addict did an excellent analysis that I did not disagree with, but I looked at that and I said, Ollie is correct. I was 100% sure that this was a reflection off of glass. But Ollie believed that they held up glass or something. And Ollie, unfortunately, though his theory was absolutely 100% correct, he did not have 100% proof that that's what they did. But then it got better because Paul from the Out There channel had found a recent video where they were at the same location. And wouldn't you know, glass panels on a balcony. Glass panels. Paul even proved it was the same location that they filmed the hoax video in. And Paul did forensic image and video analysis and found the reflections of the glass and artifacts of that in the actual video. So scientifically, this was filmed through a sheet of glass. 100% proof that they hoaxed something. One second. Oh, yeah, I am showing it. So reflected glass, Pepper's ghost illusion. By the way, I finished before I could include it, but there is a interested party who wanted to see how easy it would be to fool third phase of moon. So they created a similar Pepper's ghost illusion, a reflection through glass, and sent it to them in a video form. They ran with it. They ran with it. It was fake. It was 100% fake. Person created a fake. They didn't know. And in his video, it was very, very clear that it was filmed through a transparency or a sheet of glass. And I could get into why, but maybe we'll save that for another time. But this is great. So in this new documentary, we have 100% overwhelming evidence that they purposefully filmed a Pepper's ghost illusion, a reflection on glass, pretended it was an object in the sky. And by the way, there's more overwhelming evidence that they did that because according to their video, it was a huge UFO. and it was lit up all across the sky, right? Major coastal city in California. Do you know how many people reported that UFO to local authorities or news media except for third phase of moon? No one. No one. That's how we know it was not a real image in the sky as it was portrayed. If it had been a real image in the sky as it was portrayed over a major coastal city, tens of thousands of people live there, there would have been hundreds, if not thousands, of reports of this huge lit up object in the sky that appeared to be, 10 football fields long or something. Come on. Somebody would have reported it to the police. Somebody would have done a local newspaper article about it. Somebody would have done a local news media report about the UFO and everybody seeing it. No one saw that UFO except for third phase of moon. That's how we know it's fake. And I believe that one was 2018. They purposefully filmed a completely and totally fake UFO through a sheet of glass and pretended that it was up in the sky and portrayed it as if it was a real UFO up in the sky. These talking points that they've changed, they haven't hoaxed anything within the past 5 years. Well, that one, and I'm telling you, watch this documentary. The team up, I loved it. The team up between Ollie from Alien Attic showing the video and breaking it down, telling everybody this is what it is. It's filmed through glass. It's a reflection. Then in comes Paul from the Out There channel, who nailed them. How the hell did he think about, okay, I got to find a daytime shot of this and find the glass? But Paul did. And he found a daytime shot of them filming a separate video on the same exact location. And he shows this is the glass. Look, you could see the glass. And yeah, you could see the glass. Then Paul does a forensic analysis of their original video and the image of the UFO. And there's artifacts from the sheet of glass. You could clearly see it once you apply whatever forensic methodology and the filters that Paul used, but it brings out the reflections on the edges of the glass. Amazing work. Amazing work. And that one was from 2018. They stood there like dummies doing a live broadcast about this, pretending that they were having a live UFO sighting. That is a purposeful hoax. And Rich, this one's for you, Rich. That was within 5 years, that one, okay? Dead to rights. They filmed it, they faked it, they hoaxed it. Within 5 years, 2018. Would you like to retract your statement that they have not hoaxed anything on purpose in the past 5 years? Would you like to retract that statement? What about your statement that they haven't hoaxed anything on purpose in the last 3 years? Because the other debunk in this documentary, by the way, I'm going to keep saying this, the documentary link to this new documentary, which by the way is free. It is a educational video that is free. No one's profiting here for telling the truth about third phase of moon. Who's profiting from lying about third phase of moon? Who could that be? Both documentaries that were produced as educational, free videos. They're there to educate the public about the truth about what it is third phase of moon really does. So nobody profited from these documentaries about third phase of moon. So their copyright claim garbage is a joke. They can't copyright claim us for creating an educational video for free, for people to watch for free. It tips the balance totally in favor of fair use. So back to Rich, he also said, remember, first we get There's no proof that they ever hoaxed anything. I don't know why anybody, even knowing the least little bit about Third Phase of Moon, would say that. Remember, he was very, very critical of them in the past for hoaxes. He knew that they had hoaxed things in the past. Why would he say there's no proof that Third Phase of Moon ever hoaxed anything? Then we go to 8 years. They haven't hoaxed anything in 8 years. Then we go to 5 years. Well, the Pepper's Ghost illusion in this new documentary completely blows Rich's talking points that they haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years out of the way. So now we get to the new version now. The new talking points are they haven't hoaxed anything in the last 3 years on purpose. Yes, they did. And there's proof of that as well in the new documentary. And they, like I said, in that one, that hoax was in 2019, November of 2019. By the way, November is a big hoax month for them because I've noticed we have November 2018, big hoax, big fake video that they went out and purposefully hoaxed and purposefully filmed it themselves and figured out how to fool everybody with a magic trick. Congratulations, you dummy. You just try to fool a magician with a magic trick. Congratulations. That shows you how dumb they are. Like, they think that they're going to be able to pull this off, but then they do stupid things like make another video at the same location, sitting right in front of those big ass glass panels like dummies. But on to Rich's talking points. They haven't hoaxed anything in 3 years. On purpose. Yeah, the new documentary shows that, yes, they did. November of 2019, they did the helicopter hoax. And guess who nailed them on that? Paul from the Out There channel, who, by the way, I think does incredible research. Now, I understand Rich and Third Phase of Moon like to dog on that guy because not a lot of people watch him. Well, not a lot of people watched me when I started. Not a lot of people watched any of us when we started. And I think it's also important, and I don't know why I feel the need to explain this, but maybe because I am too. I'll explain it to you. Paul is a computer guy, big time, big time. He's got degrees in all kinds of computer science and networking, and he is a computer expert. That's what Paul is. And so I just want to ask anybody here, have you known computer experts? Because I have. And, they tend to be a little strange and a little awkward socially, right? I am myself. But to attack him because not a lot of people watch him or something, he does excellent work. They can't argue with his work, so they're just going to attack him because he doesn't have many live viewers. If you assign worth to how many live viewers people get, then that's a shallow world you live in. Is Paul from the Out There channel's work accurate? Absolutely. Does Paul actually have an uncanny ability to dig through bull and find the truth? Absolutely. I think he's one of the good guys, and I don't have anything but nice things to say about him. And I think it's funny and somewhat poetic justice that Third Phase of Moon figured. By the way, the debunks from Paul from the Out There channel that are in this new documentary have been on his channel for a long time, but because he doesn't get many viewers or whatever, Third Phase and Rich just thought nobody will see that. Nobody will see that. Now they will. So the talking points, friends, they all disappear. Oh, we haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years. Oh, we haven't hoaxed anything in 3 years. I mean, what's next? Are we going to get up to Rich saying they haven't hoaxed anything for 2 years, and then we'll prove them wrong? 1 year, then we'll prove them wrong? What are we going to get to? They haven't hoaxed anything since last week, Steve Cambion. They're not hoaxers. So the new documentary is 2 hours and 23 minutes long. It includes contributions from Astral Citizens. Most importantly, Astral Citizens, he did some incredible debunks of their most recent ones. And that's the point of this one, is to all concentrate on the last 5 years. If they're going to keep saying we haven't faked anything for 5 years, then we're going to dig and we're going to show people the truth that, oh, yes, you have, right? It's also important to note that in 2019, they also did another purposeful hoax by filming a fishing boat with that same camera that they used for the helicopter hoax. And again, we can prove that one. We ran out of time and did not include it. So these 3-year talking points, gone. 5-year talking points, gone. Never hoaxed anything, completely gone, right? Now, somebody asked me earlier if I felt vindicated. Well, not really, because the truth is that some people just don't want to hear this. Some people, it's just entertainment and they don't care if it's fake. But for those people who do care if it's fake or not, these documentaries will exist. And I'm very happy that they're going to exist, because what I'm going to do going forward is save my breath, save typing. I'm just going to send people these 2 documentaries. Anytime anybody asks me my opinion of Third Phase of Moon or Rich from Goofon, I am going to, Windows 10, just try to reboot my computer. I stopped it. Can I have control of my computer when I'm doing a live broadcast, please? That would be great. So, I don't know what else to do, except from now on, it'll save a ton of time for me, that I'll just send people the links to these documentaries. And if you can sit through 4 hours and 23 minutes of overwhelming evidence that they fake things, they keep faking things, that they're garbage peddlers, all they have is fake shit, then I can't. The best that I could do is show people these documentaries and say, watch these. And I don't know anybody that could sit through those 2 and still defend Third Phase of Moon and pretend they're credible, except for one man. His name is Rich Giordano, and he made his bed, So, and as far as Rich goes, it's really sad, but the best he could do is make fun of my disability, I guess, because I have a paralyzed eye. He made a video making fun of me for having a paralyzed eye, or my favorite thing that he does is he always makes fun of my laugh. And yeah, I got a funny laugh. But you know what? Look in my YouTube comments about how many people comment that they love my laugh or that they come here for my laugh. It's nice to be famous for something positive like your laugh, right? And I'm glad for that. People come here in part to laugh and laugh with me, and I'm proud of that. And as far as Rich goes, though, he's not famous for something positive like his laugh. He's famous for negative things, but that's not fame. Remember, there's a different word for that. That's being notorious. Like Rich from Goofon is notorious for fat shaming people. He just did it again. He thinks that's okay. Make fun of people who are overweight, right? Fat shaming. Great. That's what he's notorious for. He's not famous for anything. He's notorious for making fun of trans people and gay people on Twitter. That's not being famous, Rich. That's being notorious. Notorious for defending Nazis who deny the Holocaust and wear Nazi SS earrings and jewelry and Nazi uniforms on their Instagram and talk about the good Nazis. He's notorious for that. Notorious for excuses. He's notorious for making excuses for Third Phase of Moon's fakery, fraudery, and bull. Right? Oh, and he's also, I always forget this one. I gotta say this right. Try not to say the actual word. He's notorious for calling, I'm just going to say it. He's notorious for calling people child molesters who show people the proof that his bosses are lying grifter hoaxers. He's notorious for that, but he's not famous for anything. If I'm famous for my laugh, then so be it. And by the way, these attacks of his have gotten more and more disgusting, despicable, and personal. he once again is talking about this PlayStation thing. And I showed the receipt, Rich, you dummy. I showed the receipt. For those that don't know, Rich was telling people that I'm begging for super chats to buy my child a gift for Christmas. And that's not true. What actually happened is I just mentioned that gift and how expensive children's gifts were getting. That's all I said. I didn't beg for, this is totally ridiculous. And so the other, recently on a show, I showed the receipt that proved that my wife had already bought it before I ever even mentioned it on my show. This is how ridiculous we've gotten. Instead of talking about this 4 hours and 23 minutes of overwhelming documentary proof and evidence that he works for fraudsters and hoaxers, he wants to talk about my child's Christmas gifts and how I'm going to purchase them. Who cares how I'm going to purchase them? How is that relevant to the discussion? But Rich has gotten more and more personal, despicable. So now he's brought my wife into it, my child into it. I thought we were done with him bringing my family into this nonsense, but no, we're not, because tonight on his show, he made fun of my dead father. Yeah, great guy. So now he's bringing my wife into this, my child into this. Now my dead father's involved somehow. When are you going to talk about the evidence, you dickhead? When are you going to do that? He doesn't want to talk about the evidence. He wants to make fun of my dead father. He doesn't want to talk about the evidence. He wants to tell people I have pedo friends. He doesn't want to talk about the evidence. He wants to tell people that I'm a hoaxer with absolutely no evidence of that. Show me the hoax, Rich. Show me the hoax. Why would you put I'm a hoaxer in one of your titles? Oh, because it was clickbait, and you learned that from the idiots that you work for. Just clickbait a title. People will click on it to see what it's about. There's absolutely no evidence that I ever hoaxed anything. He's an idiot. But now we've got my dead father involved, so there's that. He's making fun of my dead father now. Great. Like every time you think that this guy can't possibly go any lower, he does. He's like the snake in the grass that can't stop slithering lower and lower down the hill of garbage that he lives on. So, but it gets even worse, because after he got done making fun of my dead father on his show tonight, or was it before? I don't know. People send me clips. I try not to listen, but then I go, oh, it's a 30-second clip. All right, I'll see what this idiot said now. So he makes fun of my dead father on his live broadcast. Why? Why would you make fun of somebody's dead father? Ever. Even, look, there's a lot of people I disagree with, but I've never made fun of their dead relatives on my show, and I never will do that, ever. But it gets worse, because just when you think that the slime ball Rich can't possibly do anything slimier, like, look at what we're up to. Calling people pedos, defending Nazi Holocaust deniers, claiming people are conning people so they could buy Christmas presents for their children, fat shaming people, all these things, calling me a hoaxer. Now we're up to, I'm going to make fun of his dead dad. That's what I'm going to do. And by the way, he knows my father is dead. Great guy. But just when you think it couldn't get worse, I couldn't believe he did this. And I'm not going to name his name because, I don't know. If he's here on my show, and I'll ask him about this. But Rich is now on his live show making fun of someone that has cancer, saying that they're faking it. I'm going to say that again. Rich is now on his live show making fun of people who have cancer, claiming that they are faking cancer. Now, I don't know why anybody would fake cancer except for UFO Proof, who verifiably did that to steal money from people. But it's interesting to me that this idiot thinks it's a good idea to make fun of somebody that right now is dealing with cancer. Does anybody have anybody that's ever had cancer in their family? Does anybody have anybody who's died of cancer in their family? Do you, if you did, because I have, my grandfather died of cancer, and others in my family have died of cancer. So if you've had a relative that has died of cancer, do you think it's a comedy bit to make fun of somebody that has cancer and claim they're faking it? If you have, you know, I mean, I don't understand how somebody could do that. And worse is no evidence. You would think there's got to be evidence, right? Before you claim somebody. I don't get it. I don't get it. He made fun of this person and claimed they're faking it. It leaves me at a loss, like after a while you go, I don't even know what to say about that. Like, what are you supposed to say when somebody does that? And like I said, like every time you think that he can't get any worse, he gets worse. And he thinks this is great. This is good stuff, right? People will tune in to see this. If you need to make fun of cancer patients to get views, then you're a piece of shit. If you need to make fun of people's dead relatives to get views, then you're a piece of shit. And that's really all we're going to say about this idiot. But I do think it's great that you can go and see these documentaries and see him say all of these ridiculous defenses for third phase of moon and claim that, remember, I'm the bad guy here. I'm the bad guy here. I will also like to mention one thing, though. I'm going to apologize for something. While I was cutting together this documentary, I included a clip of where all of this bullshit started. And that clip and where it all started was I was on Alien Scientist Show with Third Phase of Moon. And as I recall, I was heavily drinking while I was on Alien Scientist Show. And I'm not excusing my behavior, just pointing that out. And while cutting this video, this documentary, I got to watch Drunk Steve, and I didn't like him. A lot of people like him. I don't like him. I said very unkind things to Third Phase of Moon on Alien Scientist Show. Called him an a-hole, and while I stand behind the facts I laid out in my arguments with them, I don't condone the way that I said things to them. And so I apologize for personally insulting them or letting things get personal while I was on that show with them. In my defense, my only defense would be to say that, and my defense is not that I was drinking. My defense is to say that I was so tired of seeing them fake all these things. I was so tired of seeing them put garbage into the UFO community. I mean, I'd been watching them do that for 10 years. And suddenly, I don't know, I blame C.W. Channer for this, but I'm not just watching the story, I'm a part of the story. Suddenly, I'm on a live stream with them after watching them defraud people for 10 years. And then their latest documentary just came out with Stephen Greer, and there's a whole lot of BS in there. Totally fake garbage information is in their documentary. So, as I recall, and I'm being honest here, I'm drunk as hell. Before I even get there, I was probably drunk as hell. And you can see me visibly drinking beer in those clips. But again, I am not going to use the drinking excuse. So, in my mind, polluted or otherwise, I thought I may never get this chance again. I may never get a chance to really just give it to them, call them out on their bullshit, because I have seen them show up on a live stream or a panel, and nobody does it. I know that they've been on panels with people that hate their guts and hate their so-called work and hate what they do and want them want to tell them off, but nobody ever does it. Nobody ever does it. And in my altered state that night, I said, this sounds like a good idea. And I told myself, you know what? You give it to them. You give it to them. Tell them what bullshitters they are. Tell them what they do is shovel garbage into the community. And again, I'm not making excuses for the alcohol or blaming the alcohol. I did what I did, and I accept responsibility for what I did. But all this being said, so my point is, I thought I may never get this opportunity again. I'm taking it. I'm going to take it to them. And I did. And again, while I stand by the factual arguments that I made that night, I don't stand by being so rude and nasty to them. That was wrong of me. And for that, I will apologize. Going forward, I'm going to try to argue facts and evidence more and get less into the personal. Now, with Rich, it's very difficult because he keeps on bringing my family into this. How's it not going to get personal? That's so stupid of him. You know, now he's got my dead father. He's making fun of my dead dad on his live stream. I don't know if he's going to. Do you want a list of my dead relatives that you could also make fun of? You idiot. You think that makes you look like the good guy here, making fun of people's dead relatives? Is that what you got to do to get views? Besides dance for those super chats like a clown? Great. I'm going to send Rich a list of all of my ancestors that have passed on beyond the Rainbow Bridge to the other side. And, you know, maybe I'll send him some history so he'll have some talking points to make fun of my family for. So they're like, this is how ridiculous this shit has gotten. This man is making fun of my dead father on a live show. This man is attacking people who have cancer right now, claiming that they're faking it for whatever reason. Oh, by the way, the person who he is claiming is faking cancer, who he's making fun of, guess who they were very critical of? Third Phase of Moon and Rich. And before he was very critical of Third Phase of Moon and Rich, I don't believe that Rich ever said a bad word about him. Do you see how this works? Somebody begins to become critical of Third Phase of Moon. Send out the attack dummy. I used to call him an attack dog. I don't think I have a dog that's much more useful than that clown. I'm not going to call him an attack dog anymore. He's the attack dummy, because look at how he defends them. And by the way, I'm sending an email to Third Phase of Moon to do two things: to apologize for calling them assholes and personally insulting them on that show. But now it's in that documentary. I'm sorry I chose to leave it in there. I was going to put it out, but you know what? I kind of wanted to have that reminder that I don't like Drunk Steve. I don't like Drunk Steve. Some people do. Yeah. Leave yourself that reminder. I wanted to remember that. I want to remember that when I drink, I get vicious. I get vengeful and nasty. I'm not a happy drunk. I'm a mean drunk. Mean. So I left it in there. So I'm going to send Third Phase of Moon an email for two reasons. The first is I'm going to apologize for that. That was wrong of me. And the second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask them what their company policy is to their employees, for their employees. Do they have a company policy? Because this new documentary proves that twice now, Rich, who works for them, went out and called people pedos or implied they had pedo friends. He brought up the pedo word with two people that were very, very critical of them, Third Phase of Moon. And they have a company. So we want to know what their company policy is when one of their employees or subcontractors does that. I guess I also would like to know what their company policy is when one of their employees makes fun of people who have cancer or makes fun of people's dead relatives. Because here's the point, friends. They have a company. A real company would fire someone immediately for any of those things. There would be no discussion. There would be no, no, they would just be fired immediately. That's how you know they're fly by night. That and the fact that they love working with criminals and drug addicts, apparently. I don't know. So I will send them a letter asking what their policy is and why they haven't fired a person who did those things. And then we're going to take it from there and see what happens next, because they're responsible for him as an employee or subcontractor because he did those things in defense of them while he was their employee or subcontractor. This could become quite a problem for those guys. So the new documentary, the link is in the description of the video. Here's what we are going to do, friends. First, actually, I am going to check in with the live chat. And I apologize. Get off my chest tonight, right? But it's good to get things off your chest and behind you. So, one second. Let me look into something here. All right. All right, friends. So we're going to check in with the super chat. Check in with the live chat and the super chats. 1 second. Let me get over to the live chat. And all right. So comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. I'm going to take comments and questions from you, and we may open the show. And you can come in as well. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. I am going to open the panel for a discussion. Hopefully, 1 second. Here we go. I'm just going to put this in the live chat. Join the show panel with this link. Headphones, please. Sometimes people join and they don't have headphones, and all that does is echo everything. So please, if you would like to join in the show panel, please do wear headphones, and that would be very helpful. I'm going to pin the invitation. The invitation is at the very top of our live chat here. We also want to welcome all of you, especially any new viewers. Patty M. Wilhelm, how does Third Phase not get pulled from YouTube? I don't know. I don't know. I wish I knew better to question. So questions or comments, please put them in all capital letters. Oh, and we had a couple of super chats. So let me go over and do those as well. For those unaware, we read every super chat. It's the money button down there. If you're feeling like throwing a couple of bucks in our hat, keeping us doing this, I would appreciate your generosity and support. It's also important to note once again that I just spent a week editing this documentary, and nobody's making any money. None of the content creators, not me, nobody. But I think that that's important work. Like, after a while you say, I don't care. It's not about the money for me. It's about giving people the truth. Other people can't say that. You can't trust somebody who is getting paid to be truthful to you about a certain thing. Rich is getting paid by Third Phase of Moon. You can't trust anything he says about them. All right. Comply Zerd says, Stephen Bruddy, did you check the Black Vault Greenwald's clip of Northrop Grumman teaser? Please do. Kind and generous. €5. Thank you very much. Mr. DB Cooper, ask Paul how he came against the channel whose owner is a wheelchair. Ask Paul if he wants the channel's name. The outdoor channel is full of crap, my opinion. Well, you're entitled to your opinion, Mr. DB Cooper, but I don't think that's something Paul would do. I will ask him about it if you want. I can't get you an answer right now, but I will certainly ask him about that if you like. Thanks for your kindness, generosity, and support. Okay. Leah is here. Leah says, I've yet to meet any person who was improved by alcohol, to be honest. Wise words. Be nice, DB Cooper. By the way, why did you guys go after him and say those things about him? Because he had somebody from MUFON on his show at the same time somebody else from MUFON was arrested or investigated for something like that? Do you have any proof that the person that he had on his show was like that? Of course not. Come on, man. Yeah, I think that these patterns are plain to see. There is a couple of patterns. One pattern is try to bribe off your critics, and the other pattern is keep moving the goalposts. We haven't hoaxed anything in 8 years, 5 years, 3 years. Now are we going to go to 2 next? Right? Beefy UAP says, who is your favorite skeptic and why is it Mick West? Yeah, I don't know. So did I put the correct link? I hope I did. Let me do it again. Link to join the show. Link. Let's try this again. Link to join the show. Let me pin that one. Make sure that we have the right one. There we go. Going to replace the pin message. So for those of you who have done this before, the link to join the show is in the top of our chat. If we don't have any takers quickly, I'm going to do something else. Ghost Rider is here and says, B. Baker, I think it takes some time to get approved and your account has to be a local. Oh, God, are you not don't talk about the pins in my live chat. That was another bullshit story of theirs brought to us by a drug addict. Great. They milked a drug addict for a stupid story that wasn't a story. B. Baker's still talking about the pins. West can either be spot on or obnoxiously obtuse. Well, thank you. And I will, going forward, read all super chats as they come in. So thank you. Tim Frick is here and says, keep up the great work. Are you going to do a special on Halloween? The new UFO UAP reports are coming out that day as well. On Halloween, they're going to come out, really? The UAP UFO reports are coming out on Halloween? How appropriate, right? How appropriate. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. I've talked to Spooky about what we're going to do on Halloween. I will be away. Let me look at the calendar here. I will be away, but I will be here on Halloween on Monday. So I thought I'm going to take my kids trick-or-treating around 6 or 7 as soon as it gets dark, and then we'll do a show, hopefully by 9 p.m. We're going to do a costume ball, Tim Frick. That's right. We're going to do a live Truthseekers Halloween special and costume ball. And I'm saying this right now in the hopes that some other loser who never had an original thought in his life doesn't rip that idea off, right? But he probably will. The Out There channel says, I just want truth in this field. That's noise. I have always said this has been constant 7 years since I started the channel. Yeah, and I think he does good work. Ryan Evans, so we can call you the drunk then, Steve? No, I don't. I don't understand what you're asking. And do you just come here to insult me, right? I guess, because every time you're here, you insult me. Is that like your hobby? Like, let me go to a live stream and insult the host. I don't get it, Ryan. But okay. And by the way, I'm 140 something days sober. So no, you can't call me the drunk then. Okay. Simon Fly. Oh, I forgot to message you. I'm so sorry. Simon Fly and a few other people contributed some things, or I asked them to. It's my fault. So I asked Simon Fly to contribute something to this documentary, and then the documentary started running long, and I'm not a documentary film producer. This is maybe this is my first one, right? So I didn't know what to do, and the thing was getting 3 hours long. So I had to cut a bunch of stuff. And Simon Fly, your piece was one of them, but I've saved them, and I'm going to use them for another project. Thank you for trying to help. And actually, Simon, one of yours was so short, I was going to put it in at the end, and then I went to render it and forgot. And then 6 hours later, when it was done, I went, I'm not putting it in. So I apologize, Simon, but we will put it. We will put it in a. You know, we will put it in a future project. For all we know, people are gonna demand that we have to prove that they fake things 2 years ago or 1 years ago, right? That's what's coming next, right? Chuck Bam says 140 days sober. Congratulations. Thank you. I have been a good boy. But isn't it funny, Chuck, that sometimes we replace one bad habit with another? Because suddenly I've got a terrible addiction to chocolate milk. I'm not kidding. It sounds stupid, but I've heard that chocolate does something, curbs cravings, chocolate. Maybe that has something to do with it. But every night now, instead of drinking 20 beers and passing out, I drink a huge glass of chocolate milk and pass out when I'm ready. But that's got to be healthier, right? Than 20 beers. It's milk, it's calcium, it's good for you, right? Exploring with Kaylin is here. It's annoying when people say they're about truth and disclosure when people turn it around and censor truth from their critics who talk about them. Keep up the good fight. Thank you, Exploring the Kaylin. And yeah, I'm real big about that. Oh, one other point I want to address. Rich said that I'm not doing any research. Rich said that I don't have any evidence. Um, okay, that's all I can say to that. You told people that I don't have any evidence. There's 2 hours and 4 hours and 23 minutes of evidence. Which evidence don't I have? But of course he keeps on keeping on. Now he's telling people I didn't do the research because I didn't call Third Phase of Moon and ask them about each specific hoax. Here's what I decided. I decided that if the evidence was overwhelming that they hoaxed it, I don't care what they say. They're free to say whatever they want to say. But I don't need to interview them. The evidence is overwhelmingly clear that they faked this, that they hoaxed this. Therefore, no excuse that they give me will be good to me. So, no, I didn't interview them. But I will make this offer, and this will take another talking point away from the dummy Rich. If Third Phase of Moon want to come here and go through both documentaries, hoax by hoax, and talk about each hoax, I'll do that. I'll do that live. But they got to talk about like 47 hoaxes, I think. Are they prepared to do that, Rich? You dummy. Did you see what door you just opened for them, Rich? Right? I didn't do enough research because I didn't interview Third Phase of Moon about each hoax. Well, there, the door's open. Third Phase of Moon can come here and talk about each hoax. And I give them my word. I won't yell at them. I will be civil. I will be kind to them, as kind as I can be, and welcoming, and we'll have a nice conversation about every hoax. It will be like magicians comparing notes. How do you do your tricks? Because I see through their illusions. And that's where we're at. And that's where we find ourselves. So we just hit an hour and 30 minutes. I'm going to bounce on out of here. I am behind for the ladies listening. They'll agree with me that I got to start doing better. I am behind in my wife's honey-do list. So I got to deal with the freezer tonight. Got a new freezer for the garage. I got to go deal with that. And I hate that. You know, it comes in this huge box and then there's all this packing material. Oh. So I got to deal with that. Apparently, well, I don't know why you're saying that, but 76-degree pyramid. But thank you for being a member. And that's good. If people want to do that, good for them. But I can't say it out loud. That may be, yeah. Dana is here and says, you make me laugh because I left PA 3 years ago and I feel so at home because you remind me of my family members. I solely watch you because of your personality. Keep being you because you're one of a kind, Philly's finest. Thank you, Dana Shackleton. Where did you live in PA? And great avatar. And good to see you back. And thank you for your kindness. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, and Cosmic Neighbors is here. And the link to join the show is in the top of the chat. Yeah. And B. Baker is reminding everybody, our Discord is awesome. Please join. No, that is great. Come to New Zealand, save up. You will love it here, right? Serious question. Were you ever able to level out your 3D printer? Are you trying to trigger me, Ron? You're trying to trigger me during a live broadcast? Do you want me to start yelling and screaming about 3D printers again? No, it is sitting over there in the corner, wasting away. I've tried several more things. I've watched every video that I can on that specific printer and troubleshoot. I don't know. I don't know what's up with it. It'll print small stuff, but when it goes to print the big stuff, won't do it. It's very disappointing because I could have bought a little printer like yours, or I could have just stuck with yours and printed the ones that I am printing. The stuff that do you know what I mean? Like, for those unaware, Ron gave me a small printer and I went, look, this is great. This is fun, but I want to be able to make big stuff. So I bought a 3D printer that would print real big stuff, 18 inches both ways, I think. Big stuff for a 3D printer. It'll print small stuff, fine. When you try to print a big thing, it dies. It won't do it. And nobody knows what the issue is, right? And Grift Buster is here. Welcome, Grift Buster, and says, everyone share the new documentary, Show the World, Third Phase of Moon, and goof on our scum fraud fakers. Well, I can't say I disagree with you. And thank you. And yes, the link to the documentary is in the description of this video. We've got 150 people watching. I would appreciate it if all of you would take the link from the description of this video, put it on your Facebook, put it on your Twitter, because they're trying to stop people from seeing this. That's why they copyright claimed the original documentary producer, Sapiens Culture. But there is some good news. I wasn't aware of this, but thanks to somebody who pointed it out to me, I've now realized that this new documentary, if I upload it to my YouTube channel, I don't think that Third Phase of Moon can strike it. First of all, they could, but then they're going to have to strike Rich. They're going to have to strike Ollie from Alien Addict. They're going to have to strike Third Phase of Moon, I guess. Oh, well, no. They're going to have to strike Astral Citizens. They're going to have to strike everybody who contributed videos who already had those videos on their YouTube channel. They're going to have to strike Paul from the Out There channel. That's a lot of strikes. And given the bad publicity that they got from striking one person, what's going to happen when they copyright strike all of us at once? So I'm going to think about it. but I think that we're all going to upload it, and we're going to leave it non-monetized, but we're all going to upload it to YouTube. People should be able to see it, and it's not fair. It's not fair that these clowns should be able to decide that that can't be on YouTube with a false copyright claim. And for those unaware, even if there's a chance that somebody might hard strike your channel if you do something like that, a lot of guys will say, I don't want even the possibility of the strike. I won't do it, you know? And that's why I have to think about that. Do I want to risk a copyright strike? I mean, I'm sure we would win on fair use. I'm sure we'll win on fair use. But that's a lot of stress to go through, because they could decide to sue you in federal court to enforce their copyright, and then you got to hire a lawyer and all this. This is purposeful. These false claims and this legal threats to stop you from showing people the truth. The Out There channel says it's probably a physical problem with the printer. When I was self-employed, I used to service a itching firm. Okay. Well, you're a computer expert. I'm supposed to be, but I'm no 3D printer expert. I could not get the thing to do what it's supposed to do. It won't print anything over, a 6-inch thing, like I can print little 6-inch things. Try to print anything 18-inch, forget it. Doesn't do it. Frapsap is here. After 44 years as a skeptical researcher, debunker, and ufology, I've paid my dues, and at 51 years old, I'm happy moving on with this cult busting in my rear view. I'm hearing a lot of that. We're getting a lot of people say, I'm done. And Josh and Artemis, they're out. They're done. You're done, Frapsap. But I hope that you will still tune in here. Lou Angeles shut down his show. A lot of people are walking away and saying they've had enough. And part of me is jealous of all you guys, and part of me really doesn't blame you. And the other part of me wishes that I would just do that too and go do something more meaningful, right? With your time. Complizier, will there ever be any kind of Truth Seekers t-shirts available? Yes. We're going to do that. But I have to talk to Spooky, who is going to design the shirts. We could sign up for Teespring at least, or something like that. Everybody keeps asking me, and we will do it. And thank you, Ron. Very much appreciated. So, come on, DB Cooper, you've been warned how many times? If your sole purpose is to come here and to be nasty to people and defend the idiot channel, come on. You're attacking another person in the chat room. Twice now, you were told not to do that. How many times are you going to keep doing that? Where can I find the outro track? White Bat Audio on YouTube. I don't recall the specific tracks right at the moment. But yeah. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to take a musical break, and we'll have, let's do that. And then when we come back, I think we're having a panel. I think that we're having a panel. So all right, friends, we'll be right back. Well, let me do this before I go. I'm gonna copy the invitation into the live chat and put it in there one more time. There we go. Join the panel. And here's the link. And it's in there. So we're going to take a quick musical break. And when we return, we'll at least have some kind of guest or panel. We'll be right back, friends.
Sometimes what we need is a soulful song that can bring us all together, heal our hearts. But in times like these, we might need a song like this. I still want to learn to play piano. I could be practicing every day. I keep saying I'd love to start running. I'd be in shape if I had my way. But there were always aliens to think about, Illuminati and the puppet state. Chemtrails poisoning the populace. No use trying, it's much too late. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, truth I never will admit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. I spend my days hiding in the basement, isolated as I can get. I sink down deep into my wormhole, the dark side of the internet. I might have liked to drive across America, camping out in the old RV. I'm too scared of Q and on and on and on. They'll hack my brain with the new 5G. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, the truth I never will admit. Gives me an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. Fist clenched, strangling my iPad, apocalyptically entertained. I'm sweat drenched, paranoid it's this bad, pure adrenaline in my veins. Least I finally see I have no choices, 'cause everyone's controlled by the deep state. Long as we believe in unseen forces, we never even try to change our fate. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, the truth I never will admit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. I feel better. I hope you do.
Well, we are back, friends. So I'm putting the invitation to join tonight's panel is in the live chat. You just need a pair of headphones and a webcam, preferably. But even if you don't have a webcam, you can join and just choose an avatar for yourself, and then be just audio here. That would be fine. And some people don't want to show video or show their face. I understand that. You know what I miss sometimes? I miss audio podcasting. That's what I miss sometimes, because I could do that in my pajamas, looking like shit, haven't showered, looking nasty, in slob mode, audio, But we do have at least one idiot here. I mean, panel participant, right, for the peanut gallery here. Yes, we do. And that would be Ron is here from Cosmic Neighbors. Good to see you, Ron.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear that. What did you say? You said you had a guest, right? I heard something else besides that.
No, it's quite all right. And oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a mess back here. I was painting, working on those dioramas.
You were playing with your toys again, Ron?
Yeah, man. I love it.
You know what I used to do with my dad that reminds me of what you do? My dad did model railroad, but he did it like crazy, like building mountains in the basement for the tunnels and shit for the trains. We had a good time doing that. I always enjoyed helping him with that. And every
That-
time I see, you know what's funny? Every time to this day that I see any model train, I think of my father and those fond memories of helping him build this crate. Our entire basement was one big train platform. The whole thing. He even had elevated like L's, like they have in the Philadelphia.
Oh, that means he was all in on it.
There
Then
was a train
Yeah.
underneath, and then he would have a top thing that the elevated train went on, and then he had a monorail, like a Disney monorail,
and he had one of those
town.
switches and everything, right? The power and everything. Yeah.
He would sit there with his. He even had a whistle, like a train whistle, and he would blow the train whistle and work the trains and shit. It's good to still play with toys.
Let me tell you though, that thing, when you're working on it, besides the tedious parts of it, which a lot of it is, especially that scale like that your father was working on.
Well, he did both. He did HO and Lionel.
The
So
HO is the
HO
real
is the smaller ones. Yeah. But you can fit more.
End scale is smaller than that. That's like, I can't, with my sausage fingers, I can't do it.
Yeah. We have another person to add to the peanut gallery. Here's Anthony from Unidentified S4. Anthony, I'm glad you're here because if you don't mind, I have a very serious question I'm gonna go here. So one of Rich's arguments is that Third Phase of Moon only hoaxed things 8 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, last week. I don't know. And we should all forgive them because they're doing things better now and all of this talking points. And he put you on blast because you made a mistake, which wasn't a hoax, in my opinion. I looked at the situation. For those unaware, Anthony used an existing video and he was narrating the video talking about his own personal experience. And to the best of my knowledge, Anthony, you used that video because it looked very similar to what you yourself saw or experienced.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, but then when people got the wrong idea, thinking that you filmed it, you corrected the record and said, I didn't film this. I used it as a display of, what I was talking about.
Yeah,
but I didn't film this.
About 28 hours later, I went live and I came forward and I said, I apologize.
All right, but other than that, did you hoax anything?
No,
did you
never.
fake anything? You've never been caught hoaxing or faking anything, right?
Never in my life.
So, but you did make a mistake, which is a mistake. I don't count as a hoax anyway. But let's just go right out on a limb and say that we'll call that a hoax, just for the purpose of demonstration, right? Yep. But 28 hours later, you came out and apologized for it. You talked in 2-hour detail about what happened and why. You apologized profusely to the audience. You even got emotional.
I got very upset over it because I
felt bad for you.
Credibility.
But here's the important thing. You, even if we call that one a hoax, once made a mistake. You apologized for it. According to Rich, you're the devil. Nobody should listen to you, and you have no credibility because you made one mistake. And what bothers me so much about this is that Third Phase of Moon, we're up to 4-hour, 23 minutes of documentary proof, 47, I think, hoaxes. Absolute, you can't argue with those were hoaxes 47 times.
Yeah.
And we're not done. We didn't do all of them.
Steven?
We didn't do all of them. We're up to 50 of them.
You know what? Since we're here tonight, I'm going to come forward and just say something.
Yeah, no, I want
the night before all that happened, I'm a man of my word. I was asked not to record the conversation and all that nonsense, so I didn't. But that night before this all happened, Goofon called me on my cell phone at 3:00 in the morning. Okay.
Oh, great.
Then he said, I got Third Phase on the Moon on 3-way. Would you mind if they got in on the conversation? And I said, yeah, all right, no problem. Because I knew he was going to crucify me because he was already texting me that, I'm not gonna dig in deep, but I gotta mention. I said, you do what you gotta do, man. So then they called me and I got them on 3-way call, and they were trying to tell me, we can help you get out of this. We got our friend, he's a lawyer, this could be bad for you, stick with us and we'll help you out. And then Goofon's chiming in because we're on 3-way now. Goofon's chiming in. it was a stupid thing you did, and I'm not going to go too deep on my show about it, so don't worry about it. You're my friend, yada, yada, yada. And then third phase of moon trying to get me to cover it up and just act like nothing happened and don't say nothing about it. And if anything comes out, they're going to back me up. And I turned around and I said to them, tomorrow morning, I'm coming forward and I'm going to say it was a stupid mistake. It was an honest mistake. And I'm going to apologize for it. And any flack that comes for it, I'm going to take it like a fucking man. And that's it. And I told Third Phase, I appreciate you calling me on three-way and trying to help me out and everything. But that's not the way I go about things. I said, you guys got crucified for doing shit like this. And I'm not about to jeopardize my channel for it. And that's a true conversation. I got the phone logs and the phone records to prove that I was on call at 3 o'clock in the morning with Rich. Can't prove that that third phase of moon was on the call because it was three-way and it came in from Rich's end.
So you decide to tell the truth, and that very night he puts you on blast for it.
That's
tells
right.
Everybody you're the devil. Essentially, no one should ever trust you again because you made a mistake. No one should ever listen to you. You're not credible.
You know what?
And then I don't understand. Like, how the hell can he defend people that got caught 50 times?
Right.
Oh, I know what the difference is, Anthony. You forgot to give him some money. You forgot to give him some money. If you had given him, just give him some money, you're okay then.
Right.
That's the thing. And there's another thing that's very important. Rich does not create content. He commentates. That's it. He talks over everybody else's work.
You're creating his content for him right now.
Right. That's what we're doing right now. We're giving him another show. Every time we come out and we speak on them, we give them another show.
He doesn't create content. He commentates. And people should know that the person that you're listening to for their so-called expert opinion about all things UFO is giving a pass to somebody that keeps on faking shit constantly. So and his excuses are like, they're not sure, somebody sent it to. All of his excuses fall apart because Third Phase of Moon and Rich from Goofon are either purposefully doing all of this to make money. There's only two possibilities. Or Third Phase of Moon and Rich from Goofon, their team, remember they have a team of professional UFO investigators, are all the worst UFO guys in the world because they don't know what lens flare is. They don't know what Chinese lanterns, rocket exhaust, or space debris looks like. They ran with all of that shit. Why should anybody listen to this guy? All he does is talk about other people and offer his opinion. His opinion is worth shit because he works for these clowns.
You forgot about helicopter fire buckets.
Yes.
And not only that, I just want to address something because, DB Cooper is saying, Ant, you effed up and we forgave you for it. On what planet? He tore into me for 2 months straight, Goofon. Every night I was the highlight of the show, including tonight when I got a clip from the show, him calling me Fat Tony. Well, you know what, Goofon? I'm Fat Tony. You're toothless vagrant because the porcelain you got in your mouth came from the toilet bowl I threw out last year. So you go screw yourself, you mutt. You guys that follow Goofon, you're following a mutt. That's what you're following. You're following somebody that has no content. His content was from 2000. So if you think he's worth being a ufologist, then go watch him. The guy bashes disabled people. I'm disabled. He bashed me. He fat shamed me. He goes after Paul. He goes after Stephen with his eye. They go after everybody. You call that somebody that's a ufologist? I call that a scumbag. That guy's a scumbag. He bashes women. He's a womanizer. He's a low-life piece of shit. And anybody that doesn't like me for going after him, come see me.
Anthony, the only thing, Anthony, you should really tell them, like, really how you feel.
No, I'm sick of it. We're going on months now. This guy, Fat Tony. If I ever ran into him in a parking lot, he would turn around, get back in his car, and run away. Come on, let's be honest. Probably. You're a 54-year-old old man with fake teeth.
People like that Jerry Springer kind of stuff,
business. Josh and Artemis were like his best friend for months, right? Then they had a little falling out. He went and backstabbed them. I used to be on Goofon's show. I never had any animosity towards him. You make one little fucking slip up and the guy sticks a knife so far in your neck it comes out the other side. He does it with everybody. He did it with B. Baker. He did it with me. He did it with Andy. He did it with you. He does it with everybody. It's a pattern. It's a pattern. You don't realize the pattern already?
You're right. It's one thing he doesn't.
No, DB Cooper. I'm not a super gangster. I'm an ex-cop. All right.
Yeah,
I served my
had your
community. I did what I
issues.
had to do. I'm a good guy. I'm not a prick like the guy you follow.
Yeah, DB Cooper, why don't you join the
And
join
last
the
time,
join the
maybe
panel?
I'm mistaken, but last time I heard that DB Cooper fell out of a plane and got lost. What are you doing back here? You don't want the FBI looking for you.
You know what I think is funny is that my mistake was telling the truth about third phase of moon with him. Until I did that, we were fine. But I did warn him privately a bunch of times. I said, look, I can't just keep my mouth shut about them. And he's like, oh, they're trying to change all this bullshit,
No, you
And
did yourself a favor actually, because you need to get that out, like squeeze all that kind of stuff out.
And then also, yeah, I don't want to get too friendly with somebody that's working for somebody like that because I'll lose my objectivity and I will think I'll cover something else instead of their fake shit.
I've spoke to you on information with third phase from the beginning of this whole thing. I found the video with them hoaxing the triangle UFO when it ended up being the guy's deer blind stand with lights underneath it. I mean, I found those videos, you know what I mean? I brought things to light too, It's messed up when people do that. That's not right. And then they want to go and turn it all around and say, oh, but when they make these documentaries, they forget to leave out when third phase of moon says, we don't know if this is real or we don't know if this is fake or we're okay. No, you know exactly what it is. That's the problem. That's the point we're trying to make. You're acting like you don't, and it's bad acting, but you know exactly what it is. 100% you know what it is. Because you planned the grift.
We have evidence.
You planned the grift before you put it on air for everybody to see. And it's pathetic. It's pathetic.
Yeah, I think that it's really this is what's surprising to me, Anthony. Like, I don't understand that he continues to double and triple down on this third phase thing. Like, at what point does he finally go, I can no longer defend this? Is it when we catch them last week? I mean, you can't catch them. And he said all kinds of, he kept lying. He kept telling people we had to go back 12 years. We went back 2 years.
What about the letter that Goofon sent me? When I sent Goofon a letter. Very polite letter.
Sent it to me in the Discord. B Baker, send it to me in a message in the Discord. There's no way I'm going to find it. It was from months ago that we had that.
BB Cooper, what do you think? You coming up here and showing your face on panel like I'm going to back down and get scared of you? I fear no man. No man. I'm from New York. I'm from New York, brother. I fear no man. And I don't got beef with you, but I'm not going to let you sit there and talk out the side of your face like you're some kind of gangster, because that shit ain't going to go down here, pal. All right? That ain't going to go down here. You're in the wrong house tonight, cuz.
No, but
anyway,
let's both take a step back, Anthony. Like, if he comes here, let's try to have a discussion and be civil still. Let's try to be civil about it, though.
But I try to be civil, but this is months of just getting attacked. This is people calling my house and threatening my wife, and me getting threatening phone calls and bullshit letters in the mail from all that camp. And I'm tired of it. I'm just tired of it. But aside from that, I sent Goofon a nice letter. Very polite, very cordial, and I told him basically to stop using any of my footage. I'm cutting you off. I don't want you or third phase of moon.
Yeah, I want him not to use any of my show, and he used
any of my
this week. He used a clip from my show.
I don't want you
to
use
he's not allowed to do that. He did it anyway, and I have to decide what I'm going to do about that.
And I told him, I said, if you do use anything of mine, I'm not going to give you a hard strike, but I'll give you 7 days to remove it.
Now let me just play, not on the hoax and stuff, but devil's advocate with regards to content. Is they allowed to use it as fair use, some of it, if they're critiquing it and all that?
I guess anybody
I don't think that anyone would argue that he could use a clip from my show to fat shame someone.
Oh, no.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
No.
He wasn't educating the public, or he was using a clip of my show and then fat shaming that person.
No. Actually, that's against YouTube's terms going against another creator.
He can get his whole channel taken down
and doing that.
One fat shaming, and he continues to do it.
He's lucky you're really not a douchebag, because you could have took him down long ago.
I don't believe in that though, Ron. I don't want to strike nobody. I know Steven don't. That's not a cool thing to do to any.
I don't believe in it. Yeah,
he's hate
you don't do that to anybody, man.
Trying to figure out how to. And it's interesting that this documentary drops this afternoon. He didn't watch it. He didn't have time. or whatever, because he wakes up 15 minutes before a show probably. He says nothing about it. All of that shit that he said, they haven't faked anything in 12 years, 8 years, 5 years, 3 years. It all falls apart. And everybody now knows that he's the liar now and not me. And by the way, I don't have a financial motive here. That these documentaries are being put out for free. They're free. I don't have a reason to lie to anybody. He does. But this documentary drops. He says nothing about it. You know why? Because he's still trying to figure out how he's going to squirm out of this one. Because it's on record. We have the clips of him saying all this shit. They never hoaxed anything. They haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years. They never hoaxed anything on purpose. The goalpost keeps moving. The talking points keep changing. Like I said, pretty soon it's going to be they haven't hoaxed anything since last week. This is how ridiculous this is getting. And, I was talking about his commentating. You know, my point is that if all he has is his reputation for being an expert, what the hell kind of an expert on UFOs would work for somebody that keeps getting caught with their pants down faking shit constantly? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
All they have is fake shit. I don't think they've ever posted anything that was a genuine mystery.
You know, and
I could be wrong, but
I was just looking. Listen, because I just went over and he put out a short. It shows 2 days ago because I don't watch his stuff, but whenever you guys talk about it, I'm interested in it. He put out a short saying third phase of moon cleared of hoax in Roswell AI pick.
Yes. Do you know why? Because in the film they said, could these be fake? So according to him, they didn't hoax it. But a hoax, the definition of a hoax is clearly defined as using trickery. They put new Roswell images ? In the title of their description. Anybody that looked at those images instantly said those are AI generated images. Anybody that's a decent researcher, investigator, whatever, looked at them and said, these are AI images.
You could tell immediately because the figures of the people are distorted.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you're a researcher and a ufologist, since when do you leave that up to the public? You should know right away. Like that, when you go over stuff, you know that's how credible or not.
Works. We pretend we don't know what it is. We put it out and we get all the money, all the views, and then here's another thing about them. They never do an update. In other words, they put out that Roswell thing, got all those views. Why don't they put out an update and go, it's been more or less definitively proven these are AI generated images? They never do that. And we're talking about thousands of videos that were ordinary earthly things or weren't what they said, completely fake shit. They never do the update and say, this is what it really was, a rocket launch. This is what it really was, a space debris. And by the way, for those unaware, watch the beginning of this documentary. All of this started because I was on a panel with them and they showed one of their latest videos, and me and Solar Marshall both looked at it right live on a stream the first time we saw it and said, it's space debris. They argued and argued and argued with us that it wasn't space debris. Rich from GoofOn started saying that they have a physicist on their team who said it's not space debris. Then the overwhelming evidence and proof, it was space debris. We were all right. They were wrong. They knew it was space debris, in my opinion, but they hoaxed it. They put it out there as something mysterious when it was space debris.
It's obvious. How many
all
times have
this
you
started
seen
over me being right about my 2-second analysis? That's another thing. They keep saying we don't do extensive research. Some of these things can't be explained. You know, yes, they can. A 5-minute Google search will show you that was space debris. Where was the video filmed? Okay, look it up. Was there space debris coming down? There's sites you can do that. And yes, there was. It was space debris. Therefore, it's not a UFO. It's nothing mysterious. They never do that. And so many of these things, it's one Google search. In 5 minutes, you'll know that it's not a UFO. The helicopter flying that thing.
How many times have you seen a shuttle, when the shuttle coming down over Texas exactly looks like that? When satellites come down, everybody knows that's space debris.
It's broken
That's
up.
Ron and I work together. Ron's been out in the field with me a few times. When we go out in the field and we're doing a UFO investigation he sees, I got all these apps open telling you if it's SpaceX, if it's a Starlink program, if it's an
tracker,
unmanned aerial vehicle. I mean, and if it's none of those things, then I'll say I captured an unidentified flying object. Don't know what it is. I don't know if it's military private program that, you know, we're not being told about that we can't track or what. I'm not saying it's a UFO or whatever, but it's something strange in the sky that I'm showing you.
You should eliminate all possibilities
Absolutely.
of terrestrial objects first.
That's where the investigator part comes
They
in.
never do that.
And it's funny. I never spoke to that guy. Rich? I don't know him. I never spoke to him. Even when I was on a panel of yours, Stephen, he was on the panel. Still never spoke to him. Don't know him. And that night, I text everybody, "Hey, everybody, I'm on the way to Anthony. We're gonna go." And I was going by his house to go do with the psionics and everything. Tweets right away, calling me a clown, like that. I'm a clown. And then he texts me last week. He writes, tweets me gorgeous or something. I don't know this dude. I don't talk to him or anything like that. So, yeah, boy.
It's a sad state. And what did he tell me? He sent me that letter. I wish Andy was here to remind me what he said. That he was a constitutional lawyer.
Yes.
What
Yes. Oh, wait a minute.
To be a constitutional
He was
lawyer.
going to be
A constitutional, yeah, he was going to be a constitutional lawyer. Is what he studied for and all kind of stuff. But he decided to be a ufologist in a bedroom.
When I did a background search on you, I think you only went to college for like a few semesters for radio.
Oh,
So what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I swear, I read the letter. I seen that, and he said that.
And then to come out against Gorilla Gamer to talk about somebody that has cancer. How low do you go, man? How low do you go?
The guy's
Well,
got
you know,
cancer.
that's the shock jock part of it and everything like that. He goes for I guess that's his style. I guess the Jerry Springer type stuff and all that, whatever. And there's believe it or not, there's an audience for that. They like that stuff. You know what I mean?
Making fun of people making fun of cancer patients.
That's just disgusting. Yeah.
I don't know about you, but when we were kids, my parents taught me to treat the sanitation guy the same way you would treat the president of the United States. Treat a homeless guy the same way you would treat your neighbor.
Hold on, Anthony. And DB Cooper, when you say, "Hey, I'm not rich," when I come on, I know myself. I don't know you. I treat everybody with respect.
So do I, DB Cooper. I'm just reading what you're putting in the chat about goof on, you know, that they forgave me. Ain't nobody forgave me. Ain't nobody from that camp forgave me. They bash me every second he gets, DB. And you used to come to my show, DB Cooper, and hang out. We never had beef, but you know, don't talk shit and tell me that
he said his education is in that, Kate Schneider. Something like that. Like he went to school to become a constitutional
lawyer and a psychologist. He also mentioned that he had a psychology degree in there.
Yeah, he was doing something like that, and I just
Andy
here, Gorilla Gamer. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Tony. I didn't say who it was that he did, but he's here, and so it's okay to us to talk about it. Gorilla Gamer says, "Yeah, and I don't collect donations. My only motive was to explain why I don't live stream as much." So the only reason that he let everybody know that he had cancer is because he's unable to live stream as much as he used to.
Right.
Because he's dealing with cancer. You idiot. Goof on, you idiot. And you just shit all over this guy already dealing with cancer.
Sick enough.
Come on, man. Really? You just shit all over some guy that's already dealing with cancer? He doesn't have enough to deal with. He needs some idiot like you going after him while he's dealing with cancer treatments? Jesus. God, this guy's an idiot.
It's sad, man. It's sad. It's really sad. What really put me over the tipping point is when they got my wife on the phone and they were threatening her. That's when I went over the tipping point. That was before that. I don't care. It's all bullshit. Computer tough guys. I don't care about that shit. Calling my house, get my wife on the phone. Nah,
yeah,
you're not doing that.
Much.
That's a
once came in my live
game.
chat and threatened my wife live on the show. That's
it amazes me. It amazes me that people go that far.
Get out of it, man. They got nothing to do with this.
Do you remember I told you with the Jeremy doorbell with the triangle thing that I told you I was getting messages saying, "May my kids die of cancer," because I said I think it's a drone. Like people, like I don't understand that. Like, wow, that's like a super groupie or something. You know,
I just don't know how people over there don't see the logic.
Yeah,
I guess because
there's a lot of stupid
pitched to
people.
them in a way where we're the bad guys.
There's too many stupid people in the world. Like,
nah, they're not stupid.
Let's tune into this UFO expert because him and the people he worked for don't know what a satellite is, don't know what lens flare is,
what
don't
it
know
is.
what. They're stupid if they listen to anything Third Phase or them have to say.
I
Because
think
there's
they
only
just
two
enjoy the
explanations
banter.
here. Either they do it on purpose or they're all incredibly stupid. An entire team of UFO researchers don't know what a lens flare is. That's garbage. They do this on purpose, in my opinion. It's for the money,
And
right?
people enjoy the banter. They enjoy watching other people get bashed. That's what it is.
Now I watched the first. I obviously the new one came out today, part 2. I haven't watched it yet. I'm gonna after this show. I'll stay up to whatever time
halfway
watching
through
it.
it
Now, the first one was it's like very well done, and if you want to use the word compelling, more than compelling, like watching everything, it's like I don't know, like if they want to question 1 or 2 little things, maybe you can, but the majority, everything there. How can you just say? It's all garbage. Like there's nothing there to that's like don't his audience members feel like their intelligence is insulted when unless they haven't watched it either.
I don't. Well, it
Because
could be because they got it banned off of YouTube, so as few people as possible will be able to see it.
And
I mean,
why
that's
yeah,
ban
but the
unfair.
strikes
Why
in
ban
effect happened
anything?
on that one.
If there's no truth to it,
Yeah.
why ban it? Let everybody see it. If you can back up the claims that are in it, why
Yeah,
ban
and
it?
if it's all false, then
Birdseye,
file a
the
defamation
science
suit. You know what I
guy.
mean?
The retired gangster alchemist.
There's 2 of you here. Why is there 2 of you here?
What? 2 of me? No. It's a clip I want to share of when I was on Third Phase of the Moon.
I can't. They
They
could
won't
copyright.
strike you with this because this one's actually showing them debunking a fake UFO claim that was in the media. You got to be fair on both sides. Like if you're claiming that everything that your guests have ever represented is them being part of the scam, then it's like everybody's just as guilty. It's like they get.
Oh no, I agree with
they
you that
play
the
it,
media have
and it's
certainly.
up to us to decide whether it's real or not.
Okay, and we have Mr. DB Cooper is here.
Oh
Hi,
my God, he
DB.
looks like Anthony. I was like, oh, what the hell's going on here?
There's
My
2
stunt double.
So yeah, I will say this. That's all.
What's up, DB Cooper?
What up,
and not,
DB?
attack
I
each
do.
other personally. We'll talk about the issues, not about individuals, right? Or talk about the evidence, not about.
What's up? What's going on, gentlemen? Man, let's be cordial.
100%.
DB, look, like I said, man, I got no beef with you. The problem is, I don't like when people say.
Need to be investigated more, and I've been emailing with Kevin Day. Hopefully, I'm going to have him back on my show right away. And he's one of the actual Navy people that experienced it. He was the radar operator of it, and it's like things like this.
Man,
real-
One at a time.
I
Okay,
mean, the whole
go
thing
ahead,
right
DB
now, I know
Cooper.
there's about a bunch of reverb and a bunch of shit, but that's for you either, brother.
I can't hear you. What'd you say? Say again?
Couldn't hear you really too good.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As for, I mean, honestly, I know where I know you're from. I mean, you sound like you're from like Jersey or from like Staten Island,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's from New York.
Staten Island, New York. Yeah.
Man, I got love for you, bro. Like honestly, bro.
I got love for you too, DB. I know you
feel
come
me?
to my show all the time, but don't turn around and say that Rich,
It's so much different.
it's
Talking
over.
to somebody and saying stuff on the internet. You feel me?
Listen, bro, you could say whatever you want, but don't tell me that Rich said everything. He said what he said and then forgave me. No, my family got tortured by that guy in that camp. Tortured. My family went through hell because of him. Non-stop phone calls, threatening letters, telling me people are following me around the house. All right? I got a little kid in here that I just adopted that's 7 years old that I got to take care of. I got those things to worry about. I don't need somebody from over there telling me they're sending people to my house.
Is that my fault?
No, but you said in there that, come on, as for,
That's not my fault, brother.
But what started
That's
was,
not my fault, brother.
what you said in the chat was, you said that I did what I did and they forgave me for it. No, they didn't forgive me for it. They tortured me for it, and they still continue to do it. All right? So if we're going to talk about truth, let's be truthful. You know what I'm saying? And you're a good dude. You're a smart guy. You're not a
Look,
moron.
Were you talking about the crime thing with like Andy Gambino? You?
Yeah, yeah. What about it? For one,
Well, look,
for one thing,
you want me to apologize? Because I can.
I don't
As
need
a
you
man
to
to you,
apologize. I
I
don't need
mean,
any
I didn't mean
apology
to
from
offend
you, fam. I don't need no apology from
you.
you.
Feel me?
He needs
No.
to apologize,
I
not
think,
you.
listen,
You didn't
hey,
do
let
nothing.
me
You
jump
need to
in here and just say,
apologize.
like, I think DB, he just wanted you to be aware that, you know,
I'm sorry.
it's not like
This is kind of like choppy for me. So like,
Okay,
don't think
yeah.
I'm
It
like
is a little
I'm trying
choppy.
to answer
Yeah.
to you like when you answer me,
It is a
but
little choppy.
it's kind of
there's a
choppy.
time delay. Well,
Yeah.
listen,
But
I
as
just wanted
for,
to say
I've
he
always
just wanted
respected
you
your
to know.
stance.
Yeah,
And when you're at, I investigate also, just
Yeah.
like you, brother.
Paul is here.
I watched you the other day on that guy's show, DB Cooper. I thought it was good. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Q? Was his name Q? You were on the show the other day? I don't think
Hello,
you
Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched you the other day on that show. You did a good job, man. I happen to like you, DB Cooper, but I'm not gonna let the goof on camp come talk shit to me. It's just not gonna happen no more. That's all. As for you as a person, got no problem with you, bro.
Well, that's
Okay.
good.
Recognize that I'm having a little like it's a little like delay.
Delay.
So
We
don't think I'm not
understand,
trying to
yeah.
respond to you. It's just I'm listening to your shit like a little bit delayed. But no, I get that shit. I get it. I'm gonna try to respond to you like I listen to you.
Okay.
Alien
Man,
Paul is here.
I like the shit. Even Gambino. I mean, I like his shit too, bro. You feel me?
Yeah.
But you gotta understand that I'm a loyal motherfucker, man, and it's hard to distinguish sometimes all this UFO shit
I agree.
with friends and things and people that have channels. I like Steve. I understand
I
what he's
agree.
doing. The third face of the moon thing. Man, I'm with it, man. But I've been with that shit since the beginning. In 2015, I was fighting against these dudes. You guys have no idea.
But what
No
made you change your
idea.
mind? What made you change your mind to think people like
Did
that
they
are
pay you
credible?
off like the rest of the people that did the 180?
How can you think those dudes are credible still, man? Don't you see that everybody that comes in contact with them gets shit on?
Okay, hold on. I'm a little delayed, but what made me change my mind towards what, Ant?
What made you? No, I'm asking you. Like you support their camp, and that's fine. That's your business. You watch anybody you want. You're a grown ass man. What I'm asking you is, how? Why do you find them so credible? What about that shows it so credible for you?
Yeah.
When you watch the evidence that gets presented to you, how is that credible?
I don't find them credible, Ant. As far as personal relationships are so much different than what I find credible. Me
Okay.
myself, when I look for UFO evidence, I don't go to third figures. But are they good persons? Yes, they are, man.
Nobody's saying that they're bad people.
Fucking evidence, bro. I don't.
Nobody's saying that they're bad as people. Like if I met them on the street, I wouldn't have lunch with them. What we're saying is the shit that they're dumping into the community as real is a problem. That's what we're saying.
But man, okay, you being an investigator, do you really go to third phase to watch for fucking evidence?
No,
I
but
might.
new people do.
I might not,
New people
but I
can
know
do that.
there's thousands of people that do. I might not, but there's thousands of people that do.
No, maybe some newbies or people that come into the fucking shit might happen onto the channel. I get what you're saying. We're like, man, you know what? Some people might come into the phenomena and now, okay, holy shit. Third phase is like their first fucking channel they go to.
Of
But
course.
people that are
And what if they go to
channel,
that as their first channel?
we don't go to
And then
third
they
phase,
figure
bro.
out that it's all
We go
fake
through
and they run away.
We go through
you know?
personal shit to investigate. You know that shit, bro.
Yeah. But I'm not saying, look, third phase of Moon, they've always been cordial with me. They've always been respectful as people. When it comes to putting forward evidence that they're saying that they're getting from the community as legit or not legit, they don't know. But the stuff that they're putting in front of the community, they're not getting from other investigators half the time. They're making it themselves and putting it up on TV and telling you that they're getting it from other people. That's a problem.
I have a question.
Like
Hey,
Ebony. What,
Yeah.
what do you want me to tell you? That they posted fake shit? I will
I don't
tell
want you
you
to
right
tell me
now that they did. They did.
DB,
They did.
DB, can I ask you one
They
question?
did. And y'all right about that shit.
Yeah.
Believe me, I fought against that shit. I fought against that shit.
Have you watched the documentary, that first part?
Yeah, what?
Like the whole, I'm just asking you, DBQ, but have that documentary, the initial one that came out, like
Weeks
today's
ago.
part
Yes,
two, but
yes,
the
yes.
first one, did you watch
I'm
that?
sorry, it's a little like a layback, but yes, I
little
watched
bit.
the documentary
Yeah.
and asked the questions, and I will answer.
So
I will answer.
with watching that documentary, that's why I want to find out that first. Do you believe that documentary? Like where it found them, like all that bullshit that went on?
Do you mean, do I believe that some of the shit was faked? Yes, yes.
Most
some
of
the
that,
shit was
most
faked.
of it, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so then another question to follow up with that. Donation wise, when it comes to Goof on Third Phase of Moon, you're a big donation spender, man. I respect that. That's awesome to support the community, man. That's a great thing you do.
Yeah.
But
yeah, go ahead.
why would you drop
Go
all
ahead.
that money knowing that people like that are putting out hoaxes? Just, if you want to answer, you answer. If you want to keep it private, that's your business. I'm just curious. Knowing that these people got this gigantic grift going on.
No, look.
Why
Let me
support
make
them
that
like that?
perfectly clear. This just started recently.
Okay.
No, when I was donating to Groupon, which is still, I love it. Okay. No, when I was donating to Groupon, this is when the pandemic was going on, and I was trying to raise up channels at that time that had nothing, nothing. And me now I'm DB Cooper, and now me trying to raise these channels that at the pandemic had nothing, and I'm trying to raise these motherfuckers up, and now I'm a bad motherfucker. No, that's why I was like, nah, man.
Nobody's saying you're bad.
No, nobody's saying you're
Wow,
bad.
all this shit
Nobody's
was going
saying
on.
you're a bad guy.
Man, that's the way I saw it.
He's glad you're
not at all.
supporting
I'm
people,
saying
but
it.
he's wondering
That's the way I saw
about
it.
why. Why would you
That's
support
the way I
somebody
saw
that
it.
keeps
No,
shoving
no.
fake
You
shit?
feel me?
I'm saying what. Let me
You feel me?
rephrase.
So even from like say Josh and Artemis, when people came at Josh and Artemis, who the fuck do you think stood up for them? I did.
I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm asking you. You're a big donator guy.
When your show came up, who do you think stood up for you? Like I did.
I don't know. Did you?
Man,
I don't
but
remember.
I stood up for a lot of channels that
I
were
don't remember
small.
seeing you stand
That
up.
was my
Maybe
thing.
I missed it.
That's my thing. Because I want truth.
Okay.
I want truth.
We all want truth, cuz all of us. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. That's why when you look in Steven's chat, you see so many people that used to be in the Goofon camp that got woke.
Oh
woken
man,
up.
believe me, bro. Like I could tell y'all some crazy shit from behind the shit.
I'm sure you could.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could.
Maybe you should.
Sure you could. Maybe you should. Maybe you should. Maybe you should open up about it. Maybe that stuff's weighing you down. Maybe it's about time to let the world know the truth. That's
Steve
why
love
we're
this
here.
shit because no, this shit is real. This shit is real.
Nobody's
this is,
saying it's not.
This is like the realest shit you're gonna get from your father.
I believe you. I believe you.
You know, I'm a motherfucker. Look, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I got more money probably than fucking man. Greer turned down $2 billion. I don't have $2 billion, but man, I got more than maybe Dolan. I probably have more than Dolan. But man, has a lot of motherfuckers put up like what I put up for your apology, the search for the truth channels have gone through up to thick and thin for fucking your apology more than me. Man, fuck y'all, man. A lot of y'all haven't done what I've done.
Nobody's saying you didn't put up for
I love y'all, by the way. I'm sorry. I just curse.
Right.
I curse like a motherfucker, dude. I curse like a motherfucker, so I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You
Man.
owe me
I'm sorry.
27 cents for the lost ad revenue.
Nobody's
I'm sorry.
saying,
You know, I don't mean to be disrespectful.
Listen,
don't even
You're not
super
every time I do
disrespectful.
these
just
panel
curse like a
shows, I
motherfucker,
know
dude.
this is getting flagged, so I don't.
Like
I
Steve,
know going
I love it,
in.
Joe.
It's okay.
I wish he
What?
wasn't fighting with fucking Rich,
Oh man.
but I'm a loyal motherfucker. You know, so it's just
Yeah.
like, how can I just say fuck you to Rich when I love fucking Steve's show, and I got all these people in the chat, and I can't fucking abandon nobody. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard
In a hard
place.
place. Yeah, I got you. You're loyal. You're like us guys from Brooklyn. I understand that. When you're loyal to somebody, you're loyal to somebody.
And I feel you
I
being a
understand.
cop. I feel you
Well,
being what you
Paul's
are over
been
there.
here
I
for a
completely
while. Let's
respect that, but
go to
man, bro, I
Paul
respect you,
next.
man. But
And
I'm a
I
loyal
respect you too,
motherfucker,
bro.
man.
I respect you too, DB. I just,
the
like
end
I
of the
said,
day.
I don't respect the fact that people got the grift
I gotta
going
take
on.
a drink. I'm sorry, man. I gotta take a drink, bro.
One of the contributors to the new documentary, which was released today, is here. Paul, can you hear me? Are you awake, Mr. Alien Man?
Oh,
Can you
Oh
hear
my
me?
God, we gotta get
Yes.
to Paul too.
I can hear
Look,
you.
Paul.
My head's doing the ringing here.
Oh, there he is.
The other channel.
There he is. All right, good.
My
Are you
ears are gonna
there?
drop off from all the fighting.
Paul, I want you to tell us about
Why do you
finding.
hate me so
I
much,
want you
Paul?
to tell us about finding the glass panels, because that
Oh my God! Oh,
that
right.
debunk
Why
that
do you
you
hate
did
me so
is
much, Paul?
included in the documentary.
I had to mute one of the channels. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so you can hear me. Okay, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So what do you want? What's the question? Why do I
want to
hate
know
to?
about you finding the glass panels. For those unaware, there was accusations that they used glass panels to create that one hoax, but nobody had proof of it. And Paul from the Out There channel found absolute smoking gun,
Look, I'm gonna tell you
100%
what
proof.
it is. Paul, man, you guys don't know UFO Man. UFO Man's a great channel. This guy went against UFO Man. This guy's in a wheelchair. Went against him. Okay? You guys know who UFO Man is.
Okay, that's
This
a
guy
long
went against
story,
UFO Man
and
and
I
talked so much
can
shit to him.
break it down.
That's why I
into the
stepped
complete.
in. Because I was like, there's no way somebody's gonna talk to me like that shit, Tim. And that's why I came in. Okay?
Well, if I can
So
have a
this
word
guy
to
is
say, and I
lying
could
to you guys.
explain
This
everything
guy's
if you
an
want to
asshole.
listen.
One at a time. Let him
One
respond
at a
then,
time.
DB. Let him respond. So what happened
So,
with
I'll tell
which
you.
question?
Sorry, I'll
Glass
tell you.
panels or okay? UFO Man. I met him through Creevid initially, and he said he's a pretty cool guy, and I let him on my show.
Do you know
and he was
Tim?
quite-
Do you know Tim?
Yeah, I know Tim. He's called UFO Man, and he was on my show in the early days. And I was debunking videos, as you know, especially Tyler's faker leaks. I was the one that found most
Did
of
you
them.
talk shit to him?
Yeah.
And he's in a wheelchair.
No, I did not talk shit to him. You want to listen to the whole story or not? How it worked out? Anyway, I debunked I found the Dr. Norton video and debunked it, and then I found it on Tim's YouTube channel with 560,000. I mean, UFO Man's channel and Tim's channel, and had 560 views, and he had managed to get like 20,000
Ask
subs.
Tim from UFO Man. He has over 30,000 followers. Ask Tim if I'm lying.
Yeah, I'll
Ask him if
tell you
I'm
how he
lying.
built up his channel using Tyler's fraud videos. And he was also putting up videos, same as the way Third Face currently does, puts up anything there, explains it the same way, balloons, birds, blah, 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 but never does any proper analysis on it, has no analysis skills. And anyway, when I looked at these videos and found them on his channel, I had to expose them. And I was a bit ashamed that he was...
Call Tim right now. You interview people and see if I'm lying with their fucking channel.
I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. You're just not listening. And then he started threatening me with strikes and legal action if I didn't take down this video I made about
You're lying to all these people. That's what's fucked up. You're lying to Steve.
Lying.
You're lying to fucking
I'm not lying, and I can prove
you're lying to every single person on here, bro. And that's fucked up, bro. And I got to defend myself in the comments for you. That's fucked up, Paul.
Yeah, but
okay.
can we agree that that's not relevant to the third phase discussion at all?
Yeah.
even if all that is true, what you're saying, it's not relevant to his debunks and his evidence about third phase faking, especially that glass
He's
panel
attacking
hoax.
me. He's
Doesn't
attacking me
matter if it's
on
relevant to
debunks
like
I
the
did on
third face
UFO,
argument.
man.
It's relevant to the Paul is a fucking liar fucking argument.
No, I'm not.
Is
a
his
liar.
evidence incorrect in the
Yes, his evidence is
documentary?
incorrect.
The evidence
evidence is
is the
incorrect.
data that he presented is pristine. That
If you want me to give
that
you
data
the
that he
live
has
video,
is
the debunk I did
pristine,
on UFO,
you
man.
know?
I never
He
attacked
got them. They
UFO
used a
man's
glass panel and a
character,
reflected image.
but
The
he
data
come
that
on.
he presented to you was like just his argument. And then he's got videos and they're super
Well, why
boring.
did he have
But what?
fake UFO
Presented that
videos up
what?
on his channel?
That I'm lying about what I'm saying
You're
about
not
Tim?
listening.
No, that's what I'm
No,
saying.
I'm not
I'm
lying.
trying to say
Call
that
UFO man and
his
ask him if I'm
interactions
lying
with
about this guy
another
being an
content
asshole to him.
creator years ago
No.
have nothing
First,
to do
I
with
didn't
the
know
evidence that he
anything
presented.
about Tim. All I did is attacked his message and his UFO videos he had up on his channel, and he knew they
Ask
were.
him if I stood up for Tim because he was bullying his ass. And this is what he's going to tell you because this show is boring. Go watch his
I
show.
was bullying
Lou
no
said it was
one.
boring.
I was
Lou
putting up.
told you your show was boring, bro. You can't accept that shit. Man, bro, you can't accept that shit, Paul. We accept your shit for what it is for ufology, but
Hey,
let it go.
look,
Why are you going after Tim
DB
and
Cooper,
Rich
you're
and all these people
lying,
so
and
hard?
you don't know
For
anything
nothing.
about what I done. You only have one side of the story, and you won't listen to mine, obviously. So there's no point in me explaining it here. So, can we move on?
Man, bro, anybody can go to your channel and see what I'm talking about. Shit.
Okay, well, if you want me to present a whole history of UFO man, including the video debunks I've done on him, and wonder why he attacked me, I think I've even got his emails and his comments that he attacked
Whatever,
me
man.
about taking.
Anybody can go to
He,
your
he did,
channel
he did
and go to
exactly
your
the
shit
same as
and see
Blake
if you've done
Cousins did.
anything
He
for
said, if you don't
ufology.
stop debunking
Please.
me, I will strike you.
Please.
I've got all the evidence on UFO man, and if he wants me to bring it forward, I will. And it'll make you look really stupid.
Yeah, that is a good point. Brandy
I'm
Phillips,
what?
DB Cooper says you're
For
standing
what?
up against
That you don't
bullying,
get
but you
along with
support
him?
Goofon.
I will bring
I
all
look
the
stupid for
evidence to the
what?
table.
Hey,
I've
that you
got
don't get
evidence.
along with Tim?
I got it
You're
all
fucking dumb.
documented.
You're trying to prove
I'm very
UFO.
clever in
And you're talking
documenting
about Tim.
things.
Fucking
Who
dumbass.
cares about Tim?
No personal attacks.
Tim is not
please.
about what we're talking about here now. But if you want me to talk about Tim and all the fake stuff he does, he promotes all the frauds out there. Steve Barone is a well-known hoaxer that films helicopters and planes coming to land at Vegas
Everybody
airport.
does fake shit. You don't understand what UFOs are? UFOs are unidentified. So everybody posts
Yeah, but he
fucking
knowingly
fake shit. You
promoted
don't understand
Tyler's
that shit, Paul?
Doctors Norton's
and not
Sure,
video,
he's
and
everybody
I've got
posts
it
fake shit.
documented.
extraterrestrial
That's a
craft, you
bad
fucking
argument.
dummy.
Now I've got you. I've got
Helicopters
everything
are not
documented.
unidentified craft. They're helicopters.
Maybe we should give
That's
Paul the
right.
respect on the platform to finish what he had to say, because
Yeah,
it's
let
kind
him
of rude
finish, please.
that he
Go
can't
ahead.
get.
I can present the evidence,
No.
but we're not here to talk about UFO man.
Oh, come
dear.
on. Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
If you want
DB
someone
Cooper, you
to
got
debate an
frustrated.
argument, you got to give
Like-
them a chance.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Because I haven't watched it yet, and I promise I'm going to watch the documentary. But can you tell me what this thing is about, the glass thing?
Okay. So in one of their, let me explain it to him, and then you can talk. You can tell him about how you found the total evidence. So in one of their hoaxed videos from November of 2018, they did a live stream and claimed that they were filming this huge lit up UFO over this coastal city in California. They were in California at somebody's home, and they claimed that they were seeing this huge UFO up in the sky. I took one look at that and said, that's a Pepper's ghost illusion, which is you use a sheet of glass, either straight, whatever. In the old days, magicians would use them angled like this.
Yeah.
Then the audience doesn't see the glass. So then you use a reflected light source, and magicians used to put ghosts up there or whatever, and the audience would see a ghost. And
There's
I
a
did
video on
magic shows.
YouTube
As
with-
soon as I saw it, I said, Pepper's Ghost
Yeah.
Illusion. That's not a real craft in the sky.
Yeah.
And one of the
Yeah.
reasons that I knew right away it wasn't a real craft in the sky is because I checked for media reports, news reports. Over a coastal city, a UFO huge lit up in the sky, there would be news reports. There would be, I called the local police, like, where did anybody report a UFO? No. Therefore, only third phase of moon saw it because it was an illusion of a huge craft up in the sky, light reflected in through a glass panel. So Alien Addict in the documentary did an excellent analysis and debunk and said it's a glass panel. It's a reflection, and here's why. But Ollie didn't really have the smoking gun proof that that's the way they did it. And so Paul, explain to them how you found out for 100% certain that yes.
Okay, we did. I did a live show. I did a live show 2 hours after they put up that live event in LA. It was deleted about 12 hours later. Next time I went to bed and got up and found it had been deleted, and they made an excuse.
I'm sorry, I'm soloing him because it's just funny the way that he does his
They
shows.
made an
Go ahead,
excuse. I'm just using my alien grey. As you know, I can't use my real figure because Goofon will slander me even more, probably. But my camera's not that great on the laptop anyway. I've only got one that faces me anyway. But
it's fine. You're a grey alien tonight.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that exposed it as a fake, and they were playing it back on a tablet at the same time, saying, "Look, here's our mate. This is his house that he's renting." On the tablet, and you can see that angles were off on his tablet. You could see then it was clearly reflection, because if you move slightly to the foot to the left when someone else is filming it, that's not going to be straight in the sky. And on Brent's camera, it was horizontal in the sky, but on the tablet when they were playing it back, it was on a slight angle, and everybody noticed that, and we knew straight away they must be filming a reflection of glass. But in the dark time, it was probably in the evening, 8 or 9 p.m. when they were doing it. It had like these 5 lights in the sky. Now they turned around and we saw all these fairy lights. The bigger version ones were all around the house, and there was 5 in a corner of the house that matched identically to what was apparently in the sky. So they obviously had a piece of glass that was angled in such a way that it only reflected the lights from that corner of the house, which is near the palm tree, I believe. And so it was just a matter of finding a way to find any reflections, any mild reflections that we couldn't see on the normal camera, by running it through taking frames and running it through colorization filters and swapping out various shades of blacks for other colors. And then you could start to see that there was other reflections on the glass, like people's faces from the lights of the house. And
he nailed them. No, but and then Paul watches them. He goes through all of their videos trying to find daylight footage of them at the same location. And
I knew there was houses that had these special balconies that had glass panels that, the millionaires had these special glass panels that would slide up from the middle of the balcony, or actually from the floor of the balcony itself. So it's totally got no sort of a railing.
And it's very common, and these are very common in California. They put these huge glass panels up around this rooftop balcony so nobody falls off or something.
My father and son were just
Paul was watching. Paul was waiting and watching, and then these dummies posted from the same location in the daylight. And Paul pounced on it, and he finds the panels.
Yeah.
You can see it in the documentary, clear as day. They're on a balcony with glass panels, and Paul proves that it's the same exact location they did the UFO video.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but it's 2 years later when they went back to the same location to film lights over LA again. And it was obviously military flares being dropped off with an exercise out to sea that time.
Oh, so they go back there to film. They go back there to film another hoax, and
and then I could see on the balcony. Then I saw on the balcony they had all the special glass panels that I talked about, because I did some research about what kind of balconies they have in LA, and all of them got these special armored plated glass panels that can go into the floor or fold up out the side, and they can just bring up one or two or all of them and actually block out all the cold wind coming off the coast, right?
Yeah.
So I thought,
and by the way, that was a purposeful hoax that they themselves filmed and perpetrated.
That's right.
In 2018. So that whole argument that they haven't faked anything in 5 years just fell apart. And then Paul catches them really good with the helicopter debunk. These idiots film a helicopter off the coast of Hawaii, and they tried to hide the helicopter noise, but Paul found it with an audio editor. Anybody can find it with an audio editor. Then Paul finds a news report that a search helicopter was in that exact area with a map, and he does an overlay and proves that that's where they filmed their so-called UFO. And it wasn't a UFO, it was a helicopter, and he finds the audio of the helicopter hidden low in the audio recording from the video.
It was all on the Big Islands news channel for a whole week, right? That they were searching for two fishermen that got swept out to sea, and they were looking for bodies, right? And they had divers out there. So that fishing boat one may have been part of that search and rescue effort.
They did 2 hoaxes off of that. They did they used this special camera to overexpose the light. Yeah.
That's right.
To overexpose the light from the helicopter and the fishing boat to make it look like a glowing orb or something.
You still see the stroke from the helicopter, though.
You couldn't tell. In the helicopter one, the blinking is FAA for a helicopter.
Right.
So it's a helicopter.
Second,
And they stood there like
definitely a helicopter because I amplified the sound, and you could hear a boom, 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 boom. You know, the helicopter blades in the background.
The rotor wash.
They said, listen to this, people. But if you run it through software and amplify it a couple of times, you can actually hear the rotor blades.
And what's important is that second hoax, that hoax was from November of 2019. So that blows away there. We haven't hoaxed anything in 3 years. Rich from Goof on Talking Point.
What about the helicopter with the water bucket last year?
You know?
What about the helicopter with the water bucket last year?
Oh,
another one I debunked.
But Rich says on purpose, so they're going to claim somebody sent them that and they didn't know. This helicopter one from 2019
telling them it's a helicopter with a water bucket. I was literally
the one that Paul caught is important because that proves 100% deception. They stood there filming it, claiming it was a glowing orb in the sky and all this stuff. What they didn't show you is with the naked eye, they saw a helicopter, but through the lens of that special camera overexposing light, they saw a glowing orb in the sky.
I have that same camera. I'm going to go grab it. I'll be right back. I want to show you something.
Psionics?
Yeah.
Good.
The psionics is awesome, Steve. Could we go out by you? He's going to bring it.
The important part, Paul, of this new documentary, and by the way, thank you very much for allowing me to use some of your debunks in it because it really helped to tell the truth here. The important part of this new documentary is that most of these hoaxes in the new documentary are all within the past 5 years, and even some of them are within the past 3 years. So Rich's talking points were they have never hoaxed anything, they haven't hoaxed anything in 8 years, they haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years. Well, we've got them doing the Pepper's Ghost Illusion hoax in 2018. Oh, they haven't hoaxed anything in 3 years. And we've got them dead to rights with facts and evidence and analysis. They hoaxed that fake helicopter. They tried to pretend it was a UFO. They lied to everyone, and they did that on purpose. So the final talking point of Rich is nobody can prove that they hoaxed something on purpose. And then the rest of them, they try to explain away as somebody sent it to me. The final hoax in this thing was, again, recently they stole a video from somebody that made on purpose a fake TR3B video.
That's right.
I just want to say,
what's funny though, Richard tried to underplay that little video I made that summed up the LA one and the fishing boat one, and he totally skimmed over that and said, look, Paul's done this a video on third phase, and he's again hasn't covered anything in the last 5 years. And I was thinking, hey, it's all in the video. Did you not watch it? And clearly he hadn't watched it, right?
No, that's what he does. He doesn't even look at the evidence. He doesn't
Yeah,
even look
and
at
he
the
says,
evidence
he brought
before
up
he
the
puts his
Philippines
mouth
one
in
again.
gear. Dumb.
Yeah, he said I brought up the Philippines ones again, which I did because
Good.
when I did research 7 years ago, I found this guy had made exactly the same as that hoax files one. He had made exactly the same presentation with the Jeep on Google Earth, and I think I've got the link to it still. And it's not that well edited, really. It's pretty, and it was pretty low res quality, but you could tell it was exactly the same as in the new documentary, right?
Yeah, and you know
So
what
I'm
they
not
did on that
sure.
one? They lied and said, well, I believe they lied anyway.
I gave
They
you the
said that
interview
they had
clip.
somebody
Yeah,
working for them that told them, just say you're in the
yeah,
Philippines. But I would submit
yeah,
to you, if you're going to stand there on camera and somebody tells you to lie and say you're at a location you're not, it's your
yeah.
fault. It's not the producer's
Yes, right.
fault. It's nobody else's fault. They decided to
Yeah,
stand in front of cameras and
Exactly.
lie to everyone.
Yeah.
That's deceptive, and that alone could get them thrown off of YouTube. One thing they
yeah,
did 12 years ago or 8
yeah.
years ago. I'm sorry.
Well, it's a place in Philippines actually called a place in Hawaii that's called Little Philippines,
So
and
say
they
Little
were told.
Philippines in Hawaii. Don't say we're on location
In the
in the
Philippines.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it was
it's called
funny
Little
how they got busted for
Philippines.
that. Somebody
Yeah,
went on Google Street View
Oh, that was
and they
classic.
found the exact same truck and everything. Oh, those guys
yeah,
look like dummies. But the
yeah. But
new
that was
documentary,
debunked at
it's
least
all
7
5
years ago.
years time
Yeah.
window. There is some in
Mm.
there that are shown on the screen that are from 2015, and I do want to explain that. At the
Yeah.
time, the talking point was they haven't hoaxed anything in the past 5 years. So Paul made a video saying, I'll look at their stuff at random.
Yeah.
And it was all from the past 5 years. And it was
Yeah.
2015, it was included because at the time
Yeah.
he made it, that was within their 5-year window where they
That's
said they
when
haven't hoaxed anything. But we
that's
do
when
show
UFO
20.
Proof
My
pinned
point
up
in
and
the
said,
my point,
UFO
Paul, in the
Proof teamed up
documentary in
with them
that
and
section
said,
was to show there's no change. 2015, totally fake videos. 2016, totally fake hoax videos, purposefully done. 2015, purposefully, they went out and filmed fake shit. 2017, 2018, we've got them up to 2019.
yeah,
That they went out and purposely made a fake UFO video. So
Yeah.
these talking points fall apart. Even the talking point, they didn't go out and hoax things on purpose. No, if you film a helicopter, overexpose it on purpose, try to add sound to hide the rotor blades, that's purposefully making a hoax. So, this whole thing falls apart. Anthony had the camera. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to.
Show that?
What's
Yeah.
that?
Were you
Yeah,
going to
carry
show
on.
the camera?
Yeah, I just want to say this is the psionics, okay?
Okay.
Mhm.
And my 7-year-old can operate this. All right, it's that easy. To
Right.
focus this thing, you just turn the knob till you see in the lens in the back that it's focused. I mean, it's that simple.
So you think they left it unfocused on purpose?
100%.
Anthony, and tell them what kind of camera that is. Tell them what kind of camera that is. What it's for.
This is for night vision. This is an IR camera. It's a Psionics Aurora Pro. This is the best one that they make, which is the one that
Color night vision.
What's that?
Color night vision.
Color night vision, correct. This is,
But it's only
Somebody's got to
720p.
buy me one of
correct.
them for the cabin.
720p is as high as it goes.
Yeah.
But at that close range where they were, that would have been
Yeah.
in pristine. You would have seen a pristine image. I filmed things in space that are crystal clear.
And I use that camera. I know how it's. I have.
Somebody's got to buy me one of those for the cabin, man.
I'm not even kidding.
In the sky.
When I tell you my 7-year-old knows how to operate this like a pro, it's that simple.
Yeah.
So there's no excuse for that
But
footage
they do suffer.
blurry.
They do suffer from overexposure, though. 'Cause
Right.
I showed up the demo video from the commercial
right.
site and said, "Well,
And-
have a look at this one."
And that's
and you can see
exactly
the
what
bright
happened
lights.
to me. That's exactly what happened to me when I used the other video to explain what I had seen, because the actual footage that I shown was overexposed. Because if you zoom too far out on an object, you can't see it. Nothing dead. You'll get the video, but nothing will be on the image except like the blurry sky, right? So
That's
and
right.
and I tried to make the image as good as possible. It was just lost. So the only other thing I could do was find one that looked exactly like what I seen, tell my
Right.
story over that story. The only thing I didn't do was put a disclaimer.
Yeah.
I'm new to all of this stuff coming online.
Yeah.
I just, it's like I came here yesterday. I'm here 3 years, but I just started doing my lives 7 months ago.
Right.
So I'm new to this.
Let me break in here for a moment because somebody mentioned PayPal donations and pledges, and I forgot, so I apologize. I
Right.
just want to thank Sweet Caroline for a kind and generous throwing
$5.
$5, and
He's a doll.
Mikey, a kind and generous $2, and David, a kind and generous $5 through PayPal. The link's in our description if anybody's feeling generous. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that this documentary that was produced, nobody is making any money from it. It's on Odyssey for free for everyone, and nobody will make any money from it. And it's for two reasons. One, I don't want to give them any excuse to try to claim copyrights to get that taken down or whatever. It tips the balance, especially when you're not making any money. If I were to put it on YouTube and turn on the ads, somebody might say, that's not fair use because it's not educational. If you're making money, which it is, even if you can do that. But I just decided, nope, put it up for free. It's totally free. And then I also wanted there's an attack vector. People have said to me, well, you're making money debunking them. So, for this documentary, both of them are free. There's no money there.
But even if you did make money, so what?
Okay. Our other work, because we do these good charitable works and tell people the truth for free instead of charging people money to lie to them. I think it's a good thing that we've done. And thank you so much, Paul. And I want to thank the other people, Astral Citizens, of course. And here's one that's going to be controversial, Anthony, and I want to know what you think about this. Ollie from Alien Addict is heavily featured in this documentary with clips that he has debunked. He is close friends with Rich, but even he agrees with us that they hoax things and that they haven't changed and they keep hoaxing things.
Yeah. You think can't hide the truth.
Are you going to put him on blast next for telling the truth? Is he going to be called a pedophile next week, or what do you think?
If they fell out, I'm pretty sure it'd happen.
Yeah.
Well, when did he do this, Ollie? Like
before or after?
Was this like
recently?
Today or something like that?
No, these are some older videos that he made debunking them.
Oh, it's in the doc.
But he allowed me to include those in the documentary. So he could have said, no, I don't want you to use those to prove your point. He didn't. He's
good for him.
I said some nasty shit about him, but here's what I will say: when it came down to it, I said, I need your help. If you did debunk them, let me see what you got, and we'll put something new together. And he said you could use everything. Here it is. He gave it all to me.
Well, the video just came out, Doc. So give it till tomorrow. You'll find out.
Yeah, you'll find out. There'll be an expose on it.
Next. Yeah. Yeah.
Unreal.
It's a sad state of affairs when you got to attack people on a personal level, and you got to attack people, their families, their kids, their disabilities. That's a sad state of affairs. That shows you somebody that's completely not credible, and it only shows you that's all they can do is attack those things, right? Attack people.
Well, he sure doesn't want to talk about this evidence because it's pretty overwhelming. But he's wrong.
Right. He won't come up here and
that's
fight.
What it is, Anthony. He just can't admit that he was wrong.
No.
He just can't admit that he was wrong about them.
No, and God forbid you don't glorify him. God forbid you don't say he created ufology. He's the greatest in ufology. He created it. He's the best.
What upsets and surprises me is that it's not that he became a whore for Third Phase of Moon, and let's make no mistake about it, he became their whore. He's their bitch. It's not that he caved and sold out and sold his ability to be honest about them. It's that they give you they give you YouTube pennies. Rich sold out for pennies. It's like he's a cheap whore. That's what's disappointing. I've said it before. If you're going to be a whore, you be a whore, but you better be an expensive whore so people respect you. You think people don't respect a call girl getting $2,000 an hour? You're goddamn right they do.
Oh, yeah.
It's fine to
Yeah.
be a whore, but be an expensive one. Don't go cheap.
Don't go
You
cheap.
know?
Maybe you should team up with Bob Lazar. I'm sure he can find him a few extra
Maybe a
customers.
simp.
Yeah, and isn't this funny how they also bought this UFO proof guy? I didn't know about that. Paul
Yeah,
had all
yeah.
the info on that. So
Yeah.
what they do is, if somebody's, and they did it to me, they did it to Heathcliff from Astral Citizens, but we both said
they even
no,
tried to get
'cause
me
we
as
have
well.
balls. You know, these other guys, UFO proof and Rich from Goofon, just said, yeah, I'll shut up about your fakes and fraud for pennies. Thank you. And in Rich's case, he became their big cheerleader. Like, they're doing great work, and he hyped up that documentary full of lies for months, telling everybody to buy it. It's great, right?
But that's crazy. Because what Anthony said earlier, that's like insane. Of getting a phone call and being told, "Look, this is how you do it."
Yeah.
Like
This is
instead
how
of
you
going
get
and
out
do
of the
what
hot
Anthony
water
did,
for-
sorry and
for-
everything. This
for
is how you
hoax.
do it. This is how you make
This
it
is
go
what we're
away.
going to do, and this is how we can help. That's okay. Get the fuck out of here. No, thank you. I'll take whatever flack I got coming.
Just remember, New York's one consent state. You should record it next time.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh, I live in Pennsylvania, and it's a one-party state, and I got some tapes that a lot of people don't know about. They don't need to know about it.
Yeah, I got you too, telling me you're gonna punch me in my face because you can't level your 3D printer.
Yeah,
You know
beat
that?
your ass, dude. I'm frustrated enough with it that I'm thinking about driving to your house and leaving it on your front door, but I wasn't going to tell you I was going to do that. You just come home one day and there'll be this
come in,
printer on your front door.
No, we're gonna get to you soon. I know we've been saying that, but Anthony, I was talking with Anthony. So
well, you both, you know what would be fun? You both are welcome to come and be come to the cabin and bring those cameras, Anthony. You will shit your pants when you see what we can see up there.
Well, you know what? You know what, Steven, Ron and I got some good news for you. You're gonna like this. You're gonna like this. Hold on, Ron. I'll switch it up. Hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah,
I'll switch it up. So Ron and I, we just joined forces, and that's our new channel, Paranormal Detectives.
This guy's got how many shows you got now? Two now?
No, this is a new channel we made.
It's a new channel we did.
We went out on Friday to historic
I heard
Richmond
about
County.
this, but I haven't caught up to watching it yet.
Well, you should.
Welcome. Frapsap is here.
What's up, Frap?
Frap, what's up, Frap? How you doing, pal?
Frapsap,
what's going on, guys?
Welcome.
Good to see you in person. I'm so happy that you joined.
Well, but
I
the thing
love
is,
connecting a name to a face, like especially if it's somebody that's been in the live chat 1,000 times, and then I finally get to say hello to them in person like this and meet them. That makes me happy because then I don't think of you as an avatar anymore. Frapsap.
I'm not. Well, I can't say I'm not an avatar. But we'll get into that later. Hello, Stephen. It is good to see you too tonight.
Welcome.
It's good to be seen. Listen, the reason I'm here, I just wanted to say, scrolling back a few minutes, can we keep the blasphemies down to a minimum on shows? Listen, the problem I have with people now is, listen, the UFO topic is the cream on the frosting, on the icing, on the cake. It's just, let's not take it seriously. There's a lot of people that have been hoaxing, and there's a lot of people that need to admit that when they've been busted. Now, I mean, Stephen Cambion, you're a great show host. I don't have a show because I don't think I could be a great host, because I'd be just like you. I'd be pursuing every single hoax when it comes to UFOs. How many real UFOs do we have? Now, listen, it's a government thing because they investigate UFOs. They've never said they didn't. They have said that we didn't for a while, but obviously that was a story. It's a government thing. Listen, we have agencies in the government to see whether or not this is true. If we're not hearing from them, there's no reason to panic. It's probably a hoax. Or if we haven't heard from the mass media that there's a hoax, now that's all controlled by the government, and they wouldn't let something real really happen unless you couldn't stop it. Like now we have, that was before, the years before. I've been following stories, UFOs, since I was 7 years old. And we have to ground ourselves in reality for a minute. Let's not attack other ufologists, because ufology is not the study of UFO people who have a channel on YouTube. It's not the study that, it's the study of UFOs, which are unidentified flying objects. Now, the government, when you talk about that, they'll tell you that, you know, there's IFOs and UFOs, and there've been books, tons of books written from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. There's been shows. And now, like, when it comes to people who have shows, it's like, okay, well, now there's a lot of people who have shows, similar type shows, and they're saying we're running out of ideas because we can't only talk about what's out there, because there's really not a lot of real UFO, bona fide things, sightings.
I agree,
okay?
100%.
Okay, and people in the government are never going to tell about the real bona fide sightings, because there's an agency called the NRO. It's the National Reconnaissance
Office, yes.
And they've got cameras who are satellite, you know, up in geosynchronous orbit, who are looking down upon our Earth, and they're seeing everything that moves in the sky, and they're seeing the origin of that. Now, if something came in, say, from outer space, like some type of an extraterrestrial craft that would be spotted by our government, has a good handle on that. They would spot that. They would spy it. And they would know what to do about it, because they have, as a matter of fact, you know, we have other representatives, you know, and former people in the government. And what are you going to do next? And because I'm an investigator, I'm a detective, I'm a private investigator, private detective. Some people are cops, you know, and they have that investigative spirit in them, and they want to, you know, go look into other things, including when people claim things, and to look into it and see what's going on, and get to the bottom of it, the bottom of it. And what's the very, very bottom of it? I mean, how many things can you go to as far as looking at UFO photographs or videos or anything? Now, when people come over the internet airwaves or the broadcast, or, you know, even TV, and even some of the old shows and some of the old documentaries and movies that have been made, they're going to show some films, because it's a video thing. Blind people can enjoy it, you know, they have to be told what's going on, you know. It's a visual thing, and it's mostly a visual stunt that's being, you know, it's perpetrated as a hoax. Even the greatest ones we can think of. Why? Because there's none, or very, very few things in people's imagination that they can say, well, let's run with this on our show and put it out there. The government's never going to show you anything real. They may have it. Because, you know, I'm an experiencer. I've talked to Blake and Brent and Third Phase when they had a great you know, outlet for the public calling in and expressing some of their, you know, up close personal UFO sightings. CE1, you know, a close encounter of the first kind that I had when I was 7. And there's real things floating out there. Now, I didn't have a camera. I didn't have a video camera. I just saw it with my eyes, and it was really flying out there, and it was a long, you know, cigar-shaped or torpedo-shaped object, not a tic-tac, not a tiny little, you know, drone or something. It may have been a drone, but it was a giant, enormous drone. I don't know if it was the government putting it out there. It seemed to be, it was glowing, it was red, and there's real UFOs. But what muddies the waters is people on YouTube. Now, it's so awesome, you know, that such a great, enormous universe of stars out there who could be just like our sun, providing. And how could we be the only planet with life running around when it's so great? So they have, you know, beings out there living around. They could be like us, somewhat like us. It could be a seed, like it just happens. Life is just organic, and it happens. But seeing it on a TV screen, you know, it's going to be fake. If you're looking for a photo of an alien, there's not one. There's not one, because if there was one and the government had it, they're not going to show you. It's secret. I really don't even think they have it. They probably wish they did. As far as supersonic jets and stuff and secret aircraft, yeah, we're a lot of the sightings. People say I saw something weird in the sky. They're over test ranges, Air Force bases and stuff. Well, that's where the government, country we live in, who are protecting us from enemies, who also have, high flying, high altitude supersonic planes and space planes, and just continued things, but tests. They're seeing it over these areas. So yeah, there's going to be unidentified to most people. They don't know what they're seeing, but somebody knows what it is. Somebody's flying it. And I like the fact that in America, we have security. And that's why I am not breaking down the door of the government demanding that they release all their top secret information about what they have, about what people are seeing as UFOs. Why? I'll tell you why. Because if they did that, which they might, in a crazy fit of last moment desperation, panic, as the doors are being trampled down by those who want to know, they'd be giving it away to our enemies too. And when I say our enemies, I don't mean our enemy. I mean they have set up these straw men as enemies. And as far as I'm concerned, they're all in cahoots. So when you look into all government and what they do, they all chase each other around. But if they ever shot somebody else down, then it would be an international, it would be
international incident.
Yeah.
International incident. See, and that's not happening. There's a lot of fear tactics out there, but I think, we need to really take a step back, all of us, and not be so negative towards one another. And look with adult eyes, and let's grow up. Let's take this as a time to grow up, so that now we are taking the they live glasses off, and we're putting them on, so that we can now see through a lot of people who we trusted and say, well, they were doing that, but they're seem friendly. Okay. They're human beings and they're trying to make a living. Does that mean we have to help them make a living? We don't have to support it. If we see what's going on and doing it. I've been on the trail of people who've been hoaxing UFOs since I was 7 years old as a little kid. After I saw my UFO, I decided to look it up. Other people saw the one I saw. So I said, okay, they're really there. Is it the government? Probably, they're not going to tell us. Cool. And I'm going out on a limb, putting my face in not my name tonight, but I have a channel on YouTube. People know who I am. I don't like hoaxers because they have taken our time and focus away from looking at what really is, and they are really out there. I'm not trying to prove it either. I'm not running around with cameras pointed up at the sky because.
Yeah, but you don't. But let me just say something for a minute, though. I'm sorry, because you've been going for a little while. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's fine, Anthony. But I also. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. But you feel like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of what you said is absolutely true. The government, most of the stuff we see is not. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, it's only words we don't know. That's it. So if people want to look, we won't find something if we don't look. You know what I mean? But if people want to look, true. They're not a kook, or they're not just only looking at things. I know I've seen things that I can't explain, but I'm not running around saying, oh, it's little green guys or something like that.
No, we don't come to a conclusion. It's a speculation about it.
Right.
Anthony, I just want to apologize for a minute. And there's a couple of people on your panel, Stephen, tonight that I would like to offer an apology to. And one of them,
we're here to build bridges, not burn them down.
But one of them is Anthony here. My middle name is Anthony, and so I seem to have you seem like a cool guy to me. I've always listened to your show. You know that I've watched for a while and stuff. And then I said I've been looking into all kinds of UFOs. I'm tired of trying to chase everybody's what other people have seen. I'm going to try to focus on getting to the bottom of my mystery. That I saw, but I want to apologize to you because I left watching you. I said, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid on other shows, and I'm listening to people complain, and I'm getting wrapped up in the personalities and the drama. I'm not here for the drama and the personalities or other researchers or blasting people or defaming people or coming to bring people down. Like you said, we're here to lift each other up. I want to get to the truth as much. There's not much truth to look at. So I have a feeling for people who have daily shows or weekly shows or monthly shows, there's not a whole heck of a lot of stuff. But then there's the whole backlog of cases that other people see. To get into that now, they have databases of stories. A lot of them could be just lies, people calling in, trying to get attention. You have to sift through that. You have to look through that. Some of it could be real, a real sighting of a real thing. I'm not talking about abduction. I'm not talking about aliens. I'm talking about mysterious flying objects, which a lot of it could be, manufactured. Now, I want to say sorry to you because I didn't give you a chance. I right away drank the Kool-Aid on things, and I got wrapped up in the personalities. That's not what it's
That's all right. I appreciate that, Frapsap. Thank you.
You're welcome. Paul, I want to say I'm sorry to you too, buddy, because you know who I am. I've been on people's shows before, and the whole pedophile thing, it came out at a time where people were pointing fingers, calling, bandying that, and you shouldn't. You can't say that unless
not without evidence. You
not without evidence.
Yeah.
And where it came up, I believe one time out years ago. This is 3-4 years ago. It came up, and that's how you probably saw me. I'm interested in all the shows. I listen to them, I watch. And I said, I'm going to interact and talk about it. It was because of the head of MUFON at that time, who got busted for having illegal internet stuff with children. And I had been a MUFON, participant in the past. Since I was a lot younger in the 90s, decided I'd join up and, investigate things in my area. I thought it was a good tool and a good technique that they have, and I still do. And it's really not followed by so-called investigators. But if you look into becoming someone who does investigate, you'll take the tools that MUFON offered at that time. I don't know if they still do. But Jan Harzan was a name that came up with associated to that, and he really has, been busted for that. And that is to put a name to it. I did, and I'm not sorry to do that because you can look up. Those are records out there, and other people. The name comes up once in a while, and that you can't say this if they're not. The disgraced Colonel Wendell Stevens, who was an investigator, had a large database of information. He was arrested for that, and to say that you can't trust them is an absolutely valid point. Because
that's why I think that certain people labeled both Paul and I threw that at us to discredit us, to make people go, well, I can't trust that guy if he's got friends that are that, or he hangs out with those people, or he is one of those people. You can't trust him. But in our cases, no evidence whatsoever.
That's right, Stephen. That's right. You're correct. And, and that's why I apologize to you too, because it seemed like I was, coming around to defend people trying to make someone else disreputable or to defame someone. And I'm not. I'm sorry. What I was trying to do was to put a timestamp on when all this talk started to come about. It was after Jen Harzan. It was after the truth about
I know that
the deceased.
Yeah, in Paul's case, mine was more recent. Yeah.
Yeah, and I never, stuck up for the name calling.
Yeah, but
I always denounced.
He slandered me a lot worse since, though, hasn't he?
Slander. I'm not. I'm saying slander is wrong. And I want to get to one other point, and that's also freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech in the United States of America. I'm not sure how it is over in New Zealand, Paul, but in the United States of America, we have as one of our, Bill of Rights, one of our rights in this country is the freedom of speech. And it's a wonderful thing. But that does not excuse hate speech. There's a differentiation there. As soon as you start
name calling.
I mean,
But it's got to go
Character
beyond
text.
name calling. Usually,
It's
to
published.
qualify for
It's a
hate
published
speech.
work, and in that
Yeah.
sense,
Yeah.
it's slander, and it's actually illegal to do
Yeah.
that without any basis for it. In other
Right.
cases, if there's a truth behind it, it is allowable. If there is not, and it's just a verbal joust, then it's hate speech, and it brings us to some really pointed topics about people in this UFO field. It brings us to someone like Marina Sarin, who espouses Nazi beliefs, who wears Nazi symbols, and to defend that as saying, hey, everyone's entitled to their freedom of speech. In the United States of America, unfortunately, if you decide to do that, you're incurring all consequences. This happens to be someone who lives in a foreign country. I'm not sure what the law is over there where she lives, but I'm sure it's similar. It's absolutely outlawed in a lot of Europe, Greece, the country. Don't try it there. And you're putting your face and your reputation out there to support the losers. That's what I wanted to say. They were the losers of that. And I don't care how many times you try to twist it around and try to make it seem like you can.
I know.
And I want to say one thing about the Nazi UFO side. It's been exposed again by the same people who are bringing you these new documentaries, the new one, and I can't wait to see this new documentary because and Paul, on the I know you guys want to jump in. I just want to say congratulations, Paul, on that window pane ghost pepper. What's it called? Ghost
Pepper's
pepper
Ghost
illusion.
Illusion.
Pepper's ghost illusion. Because I was right there too, and I was saying the same thing. And those anywhere where I came out against it by people in that camp have been deleted. And it's been a shrug of the shoulders and say, okay, well, let's go on to the next one. I mean, when I say drank the Kool-Aid, I meant, to try to stretch out the friendship hood aspect of it, of trying to say, okay, no. So when people say, okay, go ahead now, I'm sorry, I'm done on my rant. Well, I just want to say thank you on that. And I know that's in the new documentary, and that's about when I came in to the picture because I wanted to express that I noticed that, and then there's been ones after that where Paul and I from the Out There channel over there, Mr. Kiwi, we have also noticed a lot of CGI fakery coming there, and it's always somebody sent it to me, and it was like the pylon that they called a monolith. If it's not a stone, then it's not a monolith. But if it's a pylon, a metal pylon, there was CGI. Paul and I noticed that. We came out verbally on that. And this was, so, I mean, that's all I wanted to say on that.
Stephen, I want to say something. Before Frap, just when Frap Sap came in, just wanted to finish something that was telling you that, you see what Anthony brought up, the paranormal detectives?
Yes, I'm sorry. Here,
make sure. No, because that's when Frap came in and didn't want to just keep going. So with that, paranormal detectives, you should really check it out on the show that Anthony did this past Sunday, because we went out on our first investigation, and you're gonna be. It's incredible with what we picked up. It's like no joke. It's just insane. Yeah, and in one of them, though, I got to tell you, my chest still hurts because Anthony, when he seen this apparition, he lost all sense of vocabulary, and the only word he knew was some. And you'll hear it if he plays it for you. Some. He can't talk no more. So, but anyway, that's the new channel, and the first thing, it was just like pretty insane, man, and the EVPs and everything.
I've had some
and
crazy stuff happen to me as well.
But
I
just want to finish that because I was saying that before.
I know paranormal as well because I've lived with it for the last 20 years, I guess. I had one even attack me, full apparition, disappeared above my bed. It was very threatening, come towards me. And I had no weapons apart from a quilt. And I grabbed that and I was swinging it around at it, trying to scare it backwards so I could get to the door to exit. And lucky enough, all my sister was around with her 4 dogs, and they heard me screaming at this thing. And it was like 10 a.m. in the morning because I normally up late and I sleep in a bit. And it was like what I call it, like a 10-pin pin, right? But and like a white one as well, but it was fatter, and it sort of come out of this fog and formed into this 10-pin pin, and started lunging at me. And it was at the time that I was watching a series on YouTube where they're investigating strange cults and paranormal stuff. And it was almost like I was out of body at the time. I've had out of body experiences in the past, and they spotted me, and these things come running towards me. And it's then when I woke up and saw this thing disappear out of a portal above my bed, and I was scaring it back, and I got to the door and opened it up, and there was these 5 dogs at the door looking at this thing, and me screaming at it, and it sort of disappeared into this mist and vanished. And I don't care if people believe the story or not.
Well,
but that sort of thing, changes your whole world. Because I'm a very skeptical person, and I want to maintain that skepticism and always be in the middle and just follow the evidence. That's why I give people a chance. So they show me the videos. And
Paul, there's a difference between supernatural occurrences, touches, with the spirit, and UFOs and things, because one of them, and one of them we can set out to go investigate and prove. And the other one is a little bit more, it comes down to a belief and whether you believe or not. And it's not, for me, it's not about belief, and it's about experience. I know what you're saying. And as far as the reason why I'm getting out is not because of the controversy and the, ufology back and forth banter. The reason I'm getting out is because at 51, I'm growing to the point where I've researched my case and I've investigated my UFO, and I do believe it has a supernatural underpinning to it that is us.
I just don't know. That's why I'm in this field trying to figure it out. And I've got cameras set up all around the house now. And I have caught some credible evidence on the cameras.
To me, my mother, when I was a little kid, my mom used to tell me about ghosts coming to you. And that if there really was a spirit, it would be from maybe an ancestor or something coming to warn you about an impending danger. They don't go around trying to scare people. And, a lot of it could be, half in the half awake state. And a hypnagogic kind of experience, and I'm not going to say what your experience was.
How it all works together, but I often wonder if the aliens that have also visited me since joining the UFO field. I used to laugh about tall whites and greys, and I thought people were just mental. And then January 2020, it happened to me.
You saw tall whites and grey.
No, I had greys in my bedroom. And one was sticking a needle in my back, and I've got evidence of this lump that wouldn't go away, and it just got bigger and bigger, and it was leaking fluid for months. And the doctor said, "Oh, it's just a skin cyst." I said, "Oh, right, yeah." I can't say, "Oh, right." I had this surreal dream, that's all I can say, of aliens sticking a needle right in that spot. But I took photographs and documented it and all that, And
the wound is real, but the pain could throw your mind into an altered state where there's got to be a reason for it. I'm not saying that I know what happened, man. If the doctor said it was a cyst, it could have been. I was off. And I tried.
It could have been a side effect of it.
I don't know. It could the pain. Because the pain can actually cause the brain. It's connected on the spinal column.
Hold on one second. Mr. Eon, you should join the panel and I can play your video. That's one thing that I was unable to. Mr. Eon sent Third Phase of Moon a completely fake UFO video. To me, it looked completely fake, and it was again a Pepper's ghost illusion. He filmed a reflection of a light source in glass, and then he sent it to them. And even in the video he sent them, you can see that it's anyway. Anybody would look at that,
one.
what he had, and say that's not really in the sky. You could tell, but Third Phase ran with it. That it was a real UFO. And these are the things that I have problems with. I don't have problems with if you really did get it wrong. It just seems to me that they have these, it's always convenient that everybody else can look at it and sit and tell them what it is right away, but they have to put it out and make hundreds of dollars on each monetized video before somebody knows what it is, and then no updates. You know, it just
that's not too serious. That's not too serious. Ha ha, you got us. It's a practical joke, okay? This is the United States of America. It's
I know that.
No, it's not. It's a lie.
Here's what I'm saying. If I did that, I would get crucified. I would get crucified for doing that.
Anyone would. Anyone's going to if you try it. So if you're out there and you want to try this, good luck. We're going to bust you. And then another thing, Paul, you mentioned the tall whites, okay? I mean, you know, and the Nazis. It goes back to the 50s when George Adamski was hoaxing and doing his hokey films.
100% hoaxing.
Fishing line.
But he may have had a real event and embellished it. And a lot of people go that way.
No one who has a real event embellishes it. No one.
Or starts making fake shit or starts making fake shit. Books. Yeah.
People like Adamski.
I don't have to disagree.
Hang on a second. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Okay. Adamski, it would be one thing if it was just a practical joke, like some of the old saucer photos. I threw a hat up, took a photograph. I'm trying to get in the newspaper. Times have changed, not even since then. I mean, that was 30s, 40s, 50s. In the 50s, Adamski comes along with this prepackaged. I've got film. I've got sessions that a ship came down, and I met Orthon from Venus, and he was a tall white with long blonde hair like an Aryan and Nordic, and he actually had photographs of the shoe prints that it left. And what do you know? There's a swastika on the heel. So that it was a real alien from Venus who was also, they have the Nazis and swastikas on Venus, or isn't that Earth? Isn't that World War II? And World War II just ended. How's Adamski, as far as where's his connection leading back to? That's the Aryan Brotherhood. It's the Thule Society. The same thing. Serena. Not Serena.
Serena Marin.
Serena Marin. Thank you, Stephen. Is promoting now the Thule Society. Vril, Maria Orsic. When you look at the Hannibal craft, it's the same thing that George Adamski used. And you know what it is? I'll tell you. Because my grandfather was the chief of surgeons in the city that I live in. He's no longer with us. He died in 74, but he was the chief of surgeons till he lived. And he used to use a surgical lamp that you could position in different positions.
Right.
And it had some holes at the top for a ventilation from the light bulbs would get hot. And that's what Adamski put on a fishing line and dangled it like a pendulum. The same technique that Billy Meyer used when he hoaxed his phony UFOs, and the same, the same style of film. It was film. All back in those days, black and white film, etc. Whatever. But it also was with the tall areas. Same thing as Billy Meyer said, but it wasn't Venus. It was Samjazi. From the Pleiadians, and then they tried to capitalize on that, make money. It's a cult. So they're both a cult, occult. They both stem back from Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky.
I'm sorry, Frapsap. I'm very familiar with
your line of thinking
here because I've studied all of this, and I agree with you 100%.
You could use the same
techniques.
The same
and Complizer, thank you. I was going to mention this. Complizer wants to know about Northrop Grumman B-21 Raider. What is my thought is that that's probably a long time coming. Like they're going to
let me text Jim.
Upgrade, right? It's a beautiful aircraft. And I for one love those kind of high tech, let's stop using stuff from 40 years ago. Now that looks modern to me. I'd be interested to see what kind of secret technology those may have aboard. And we're going to do a whole show on it, Complizer. Thank you for your kindness.
I'm actually going to text Jim right now.
Oh, there you go.
He is
Somebody's
Yeah.
got
huge.
He
I'd
was
just like
supposed
to
to come on my
say-
show, and he never did. And instead of coming on my show as a guest, he goes to Ron from
He
Cosmic
becomes one of
Neighbors
my
and
co-hosts
does-
on my
and
show.
becomes a co-host. The prick. And then Ron somehow gets Michael Stratt to do the same thing. The prick. Like,
You know what the secret sauce was? How I got it? I just said, "Do you want to be a co-host on my show?" I asked him. That's it.
That's it.
That's all I did. But I tell you what, Steven, I'll tell Jimmy Boy. I'm sure he's a really great
tell
guy,
him
man. He'll,
I'm a
is.
big fan. I'm a big fan of SR-71 Blackbird, and I have his book, and I want to talk about that one night. Not UFOs, the Blackbird.
I
And he's
guarantee
the
you.
expert.
I'll
He
tell
is
him.
the
I
expert.
guarantee you he'll come on, and you
Yes.
won't. All you have to do is go. This is Jim Goodall. Go, and that's
And
it.
hey, here's another thing I'm pissed off about. You guys go start a new show called Paranormal Detectives,
Mhm.
right? And you know I'm into all of this stuff, and I was a stage magician. Why didn't you ask me to be on that show? Because I would know when something is
It
fake.
just,
It's
it just
plural.
started.
Come on,
It's
man.
plural.
Tivs, detectives.
It's detectives. You could be one of the. It's, all
You could be
right?
one of
It
the.
sounds like fun to me, and I
Steven,
gotta
you
get
mean-
back
you
to
mean
having fun
Jim-
doing this stuff, or I'm done. I'm telling
Steven, you
I'm
mean
sick
Jim
of it.
Goodall didn't send you an autographed copy of this book?
No, screw you too. No, I had to pay for one, and his books are expensive.
I knew that's
But they're
what you
worth
were
every
doing.
penny. But they're expensive. His books
But
are
he spent
expensive.
but the problem with Jim though, he spends a lot of time on third face promoting himself, and that's a no-no in my book.
Yeah, I've said that.
And that puts me right off him, I'm afraid,
There's
because
a
I
lot
can't
of
believe
people-
anything. I
There's a
can't
lot of
believe
people-
anything that comes out of his mouth once he's been on third face.
You know,
because
He goes on a lot of shows, though.
There's
He's
a lot of
everywhere,
people
Jim.
that need to be indicted as far as spinning the plate, and I'm sorry that I don't have as much regret as I would about other things. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, because in busting, as someone who has been an experiencer of real objects flying around, I want to know what other people are saying. And when I see so many, one after another, you could use the same argument against any of them, and it really, it's gonna, it's gonna.
you got to be careful of not
gotta be
going too
real
far
careful.
down the rabbit hole, though. You always
really
got to
do.
be
You
outside
really
the rabbit
do.
hole.
Stay outside the rabbit hole, people.
Stop
That's good
fucking
advice.
with us.
And that's why I'm ready to get out, because I'm satisfied with what I saw, and it just can't be.
Sap, that's kind of you and I are a lot alike, because the reason I'm here is because I saw something when I was 10 years old I couldn't
know you
explain,
did.
and I thought was aliens. But the longer this goes
Yeah.
on for me, the deep dive down that rabbit hole, look at everything, read everything, experience
worth it.
everything, listen to
Takes up too
everybody.
much work.
And then I go, most of this has nothing to do with my personal experience.
Right.
So why don't I go dig into that alone and just walk
That's
away
all.
from this whole shit show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree, Steven.
Totally.
Yeah,
But you know what? You know
people-
what it is? People, go ahead.
Yeah. The thing is, you said before that we should all come together, but there's exception to the rule there. If the people are known to be frauds, it's best not to go anywhere near them, because their reputation will rub off onto you then, and maybe even distort your world view. So yeah, you're best just to be really a lone gunman if you can be. That's basically what I've done, but I do try to be civil to everybody. You've probably seen a few people come on my show, the Sky Watchers, and I'm always civil, and I debate them, and a lot of them are down the rabbit hole, and we sort of have a bit of fun with it, and it's never a negative thing, and a lot of them eventually, once they spent a bit of time with me, they start thinking, oh, Paul's right, and you can't get rid of them after that point, and at the moment we got the great Aussie guy, the Gabba Beast TV, which I'm pretty sure he'll convert that documentary into Chinese and send it out to another million Chinese people for you. But yeah, it's hard to get a word in edgeways when he's on there, because he's got so much to talk about, and he's got a lot of opinions, of course. But it's all great fun, the live shows, when that sort of happens, when you get pretty much he's becoming like another
ones too, Paul.
He's becoming like a co-host. He doubled my live shows from 2 hours, 3 hours to 6 hours, but it's great. It's really fun. I enjoy what I do, and that's the main thing. It's not about the money. It's about finding the truth. And I'm always critical of the videos they show, because it's really hard to see what they saw with their eyes. The eyes are always better than the camera tech at the moment, but that eventually will change. But yeah, 18 Wheels, another truck driver that's been on the show. You may have caught some of the live shows there where we tried to analyze his footage and do some real-time filters so we could actually see it real-time. And eventually we got there, and it's just a matter of getting the right filter to see this triangle flying through the sky. And he says that's only the centerpiece, and the whole ship was huge, like the Phoenix lights. And he said it was invisible, and you could see it shimmering and the stars shining through it.
Ooh, sightings
so
on 18 Wheels?
18 Wheels. What's it? Yeah, sightings
on 18
Wheels.
Wheels. Yeah.
He's got another name, Gang Vet or something, for other socials. But yeah, he's been on my channel a couple of times on interviews now, and he constantly watches me now. But the last show, they were talking about the moon landings being fake, and I said, "Oh, get out the rabbit hole." And I was trying to explain to him why they were saying there's no dust in the landing pads. And I said, well, yeah, that one's a bit tricky one because of the gravity and the electrostatic charge of the dust on the surface, and it sort of very sticks together, and the astronauts got it all over their suits and found it difficult to get rid of the damn stuff. But yeah, the lander didn't come down with rocket engines, right? It just touched down, right? It just drifted downwards and touched down. And that's why there's no blast blowing up the dust, right? And the dust is pretty stuck together, really, like talcum powder, glassy stuff. But yeah, they still went buying it, and I said, well, you can only explain it so much. And I brought up all these different people, and people were all saying the same thing, and that's the best I can do on a live debunk, right? But yeah, they're good people, and he's out there filming, and they're talking about maybe even filming at the same time in Australia and where he's located in America, and just bring it onto my live show, and we could all be watching it together. We could see if there's something happening on both cameras at the same time in different parts of the world. That would be really cool. But yeah, this is what I do on my channel.
Anthony,
and of course, DB Cooper might find it boring, but if you've had your own experiences, and
no, you know what part of the problem is, Paul, and this is not an insult because I am too, but you're a computer nerd. Do you know what I mean? So you come off like, look at this data I'm going to show people. That's not very exciting or salacious. Do you know what I mean?
No, but that's the same problem.
But when people are critical, you don't get a lot of viewers. He gets very specific viewers that understand what he's doing.
Yeah,
and
right.
Some people just don't want to sit through, look at this data from all of these software programs that I've been able to generate from this sighting, and it does, I guess, gets a little dry for some people. So, but that the fact that people will criticize him, like Third Phase and Gufon say, well, no, he's only got 5 live viewers, or who cares?
That's just garbage when they say people say stuff like that. That's a garbage person.
And so why are you criticizing him then if he's only got 5 live viewers? What the hell is you, right?
Ron, I see this thing, your new channel, Paranormal Detectives, and this is a ghost captured on camera.
You gotta play that. I swear we won't strike you.
All right, good. Here, I'm going to share it.
Put up a short?
Still going to say fair use because you guys, you never know. But,
Anthony, would you get
I think I already have an explanation for this one. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to hear this. Those windows are 15 feet up.
No, but wait till you hear. You got to listen.
All right. I know. We're going to play the whole thing in its entirety. It's only 46 seconds. And then I'm going to go around, and I want to know what everybody thinks of the clip. Not you two, because it's your clip, but me, Frapsap, and Paul here.
It stays there in that window for a couple seconds.
Wait. Don't say nothing. Let them watch it.
Shit, I'll back it up. Let's watch it.
Ron, I filmed somebody walk by.
What?
I filmed somebody walk by inside. I filmed somebody move by.
I filmed somebody walk.
Yes, sir. I gotta stop my phone and show you that.
No, don't. Keep recording. I can't take. What was that?
Oh. Ron, I filmed somebody walk by.
What?
I filmed somebody walk by inside. I filmed somebody move by.
Did you?
It said
Yes,
it 3
sir.
times to say filmed.
It's that he lost.
I gotta
all
stop my phone and
concept
show
of
you
a-
that.
No, don't. Keep recording.
Okay, so let's go to a still of this. 1 second. Let's go to where I'll stop it where it shows.
Right there.
There we go. There we go. So you
Now,
think
just for some, so you understand, that building's from the 1700s. There's no stairs to get in. Everything's nailed shut. The doors in the front and back are boarded up. There's no way in, no way out.
No power.
No power, and all the windows are nailed shut. So,
Okay.
and those
You-
windows are 15 feet above us.
But you think this was a ghost?
Well, there's more that goes to. There's the ghost, and then the EVP of it laughing at us when we're laughing.
And this house is notoriously haunted, right?
Yeah, it's an
The
historic
grounds are.
Richmond County, Staten Island.
Okay.
Yeah.
Grounds are.
But you know what I see? And you guys won't be upset if I tell you what I think I see
I
here.
want you to say what you say.
Absolutely not.
Okay. I think that I see a cat or a raccoon or an animal on a windowsill jump down.
There's no windowsills.
What do you
Well,
wait?
that's
Wait,
problematic.
can you move the mouse, Steve, so I can see what you're pointing at when you say that?
It looks to me, we'll play the whole video again. But
You're
my
not talking
first,
about the black spot, right?
No, I'm talking about this thing in the window here.
Left window, right corner.
Yeah.
It's right
hold,
near
hold
the,
on 1 second.
the centerpiece.
1 second.
The
So
eyepiece, where
that's
you
just
pull
what
it
my
across the end.
first thought was. Here, we'll show it again. Now, again, I thought it was something sitting in a windowsill or something like that.
Oh,
that
wait,
jumped
no, if you
down
get-
and
if you
started
get it-
filming
Wait,
If you stop
Wait,
it when it's in the middle, it definitely has a human shape.
hold
to it.
on,
I
Paul,
filmed
hold
somebody
on.
move
Yeah,
Let me
hold
just
on.
wait.
Yes, sir.
Just remember this, because you say if it's a cat, remember that thing would have picked up bright. He would have looked bright yellow
been hot
from his
yellow.
heat. He would have
Oh,
looked
okay. So with the heat camera, the
It's a
body
thermal.
heat would have been shown.
Yeah, it's clear.
See, this is
Okay.
where you should actually filmed a cat with that same camera, maybe the same distance, and shown the difference. And then
I
that
didn't. I
maybe you
never,
could do
a
that.
cat never came to mind.
Yeah, we didn't happen to have
Run.
one in our pocket.
I filmed
Paul.
somebody walk by.
You know, there it looks
So
like
there's
the shape of a person.
Yeah,
But
That's right.
But
Uh,
here it
it
looks
walks
like
back.
the shape of an animal jumping down from a windowsill. To me,
No,
Yeah, it
that's-
does. It looks like a cat.
Run.
Yeah,
I
I
filmed
can see
somebody
what
walk
Steve's
by.
saying. It does look like a
I filmed
cat
somebody
jumping
walk
down,
by
but I don't
inside.
think it is there.
Okay,
It
and
stays
then,
there.
and then further in,
It looks like
to be the
It almost
shape of
looks like a person
Yes,
going
sir.
downstairs. Is there stairwell there? Is there a stairwell there, or used
No.
to be?
I
But
gotta
here's
stop
the
my
thing,
phone and
too.
Show you that.
So you're saying
Is
there's
the-
nobody inside this home and it's all locked up?
No,
But-
No, all locked up. No power. No way in. No way out.
if
They
Steve,
took the stairs away. There's no
Hold on.
stairs to get up
hold on,
there.
Steve. When I told you about the show that Anthony did, where a lot of the evidence he showed on the show, that I did a clip where I'll show you that majority of the
Oh, no,
time
I
it's
understand.
like
We're just
it's like
looking at
pitch black.
Yeah, we're
It's
just
like
looking at
pitch
a
black.
clip here. But
Yeah.
you know, I'm just saying, like, the argument that it's all locked up and nothing can get in there is not valid to me. I mean, I've seen
Because you
sure,
haven't
an
proven it.
animal. I'm sure an animal can
Raccoons
find
Yeah,
their
get in
way
anything.
through or whatever.
But-
but
If you
get
went
in an
straight,
old
if you
house
went
easy.
straight into the but if they went straight into the building straight after and went straight to that room and looked around, that would prove to you, would it, Steve?
Absolutely.
The reason why I don't believe it's
Get in.
reason why I don't believe it's a cat, a squirrel, a raccoon, or anything is because the
It
heat
was
signature on that thing is like in the 40s. And if
Okay.
you look at
No,
any
that's
of
fine.
us,
I wasn't aware of that. I'm just looking
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
the
no,
visual.
I know. I'm just bringing that to your attention because that's an
Hang on,
actual
Nick.
thermal. That's a flare cam, a FLIR,
Yeah.
FLIR.
And that's
The
the
only other thing
problem.
could-
That's the problem. I gotta say one thing. When somebody, and I don't mean to sit here from where I'm sitting and come over the internet airwaves and say you're busted, this is bullshit, this is a ghost. Well, let me tell you something. Two things, okay?
I
One,
can't prove it's not a ghost. I don't know.
I can't prove it's not a ghost. I can't prove anything. All I
Yeah.
can say is two parts of my opinion on it. And the one thing is, when somebody comes across with something that is purported to be a paranormal event or a hoax, the first thing is, how many real paranormal events have ever been captured on film?
Yeah.
A
I
lot.
don't think,
A lot.
I don't think you can point to anything. Oh, okay, now
You say that. You've been
I
saying
don't
that from
even
the
think-
beginning. Since you
I don't-
came on here, you've
I
been like
don't-
knocking everything. Like,
No,
this is
no.
bullshit.
No,
That's
no.
fake.
I
This
didn't
stuff
say
don't
that.
work.
I
And now
didn't
it's
say that.
this. That's all you've
Hang
been
on,
saying for the last fucking hour.
That's not
Be
true.
nice.
That's
You
not
know?
true.
Jesus.
That's not
Be
true.
nice.
That's
Bro,
not
I
true.
listened to you
That's
for an hour and a half, man.
Oh my
I was
God,
trying
please.
to be like
That's
that. And
not
all
true.
I was saying is like
Alright,
everything
You're
alright.
Paul,
Yeah.
giving your opinion
Oh,
about
it's
what
gonna
you're
pop
showing.
off now.
You're on.
Who cares?
bro.
When it
Come
comes
on,
to my
settle down,
turn
settle
to
down.
say what I'm
Yeah.
saying, you're
Yeah, let him
interrupting
have
me.
a say
Okay.
first.
Okay, that's all. And when it's something that's presented as that, a paranormal encounter or something I captured, it's presented in FLIR, switch it back between raw view and normal view. So
We have that.
I have that.
That's okay.
See,
Then
that's what I'm saying.
that show
Do
that
you
now.
see
I'd
the
like to
same
see that.
thing on a normal camera?
No, you don't see
that?
anything.
No.
You don't see anything.
Nothing.
That's a problem.
I'd
for
like to
me.
see
I have it on regular camera
I
and
don't
night
understand
vision,
why you
color
would
night
only see
vision.
it
Have you got
night
it zoomed
vision
in
then.
at all, so you can just focus
Ghosts
on the
will
window
say,
itself?
I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
want
I
you to
have
see
the-
me
I
on a
have-
regular camera, but
You
I'll
know what's
see
the
it
crazy
on a
thing, Steve?
FLIR camera. It could be energy
I
related.
might have it
right?
You
here.
know what the crazy thing is, Steve? So when that happens, right? Because you like, I don't want Anthony to give him more. I want you to watch it so you can see it.
It's on.
But
It's on my show.
when he did this, right? And because I had the digital recorder and this and that, and Anthony's talking and saying like, show the president. And now, just so you know, we're on the grounds. There's nobody's on the grounds. It's us. That's it, right? Anthony called them. You could go during the day for tours and all that, but at a certain time
Right.
it closes. So we're not allowed to go in the buildings because those are locked down. But they said we're allowed on the grounds.
Right.
And then like the female laughing.
Yeah, but the problem is here, though, doesn't mean there's no staff inside the building, and that's the problem that people have. Especially
Or yeah, that's a
skeptics,
thought I
right?
just had.
Oh yeah, anybody.
Ron
Yeah,
or
he wouldn't
Anthony,
look
Ron or
bright
Anthony,
yellow.
These are known empty buildings. in
Not
the area,
necessarily.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so don't take this the wrong way because I'm not.
No.
Yeah.
I love this stuff. That thing looks cool.
Yeah, yeah, this
this
is
whole
good
thing
stuff.
is cool, and I'm gonna watch the whole thing because
You know why? Wait, you know why I'm
They
hyped
have
up?
tours there
Because
every
I
day.
was there and I know nobody was in
No,
there
no, no.
because I was staring at it for 10 minutes straight with the night vision camera.
Yeah,
Nobody.
but what we're
It's all
saying
locked
is
up.
you
that's the other thing I
haven't
thought.
proven
For
it
all-
solidly.
like,
That's what we're
to go
saying.
right
have
to
to
ghosts,
switch
because for all
back
you
and
know,
Paul,
it's
you
a
don't know,
homeless
Paul.
dude.
You did good on third phase of the moon. Leave it there. All right.
Hey,
Good.
hey,
No, I'm saying you have, I'm saying it.
No,
I'm
but it
saying
could
at this
be a
stage you
bum
haven't
in there.
proven it. I'm
Yeah,
not
hey,
saying
could be
you
a
haven't
bum
proved
living
it
in there, and
another.
you woke him
That's
up.
right. It's a
It's
squatter.
very
baby.
possible.
It's a
Absolutely.
squatter.
I'm not saying that 1,000,000% that, that's absolutely a ghost. But from being there
Well, you better
and
do like third phase of moon does, and at least put a question mark after camera. Ghost capture on camera, like you're asking it as a question.
How
'Cause
would
you are putting
somebody?
it here
I'm
as a
just curious.
statement, and that
I'm just curious,
yeah.
Stephen. How would somebody get in with all the windows and doors nailed shut and boarded up?
Have you ever
There's
seen
no staircases.
squatters not be able to get into an
No, no,
abandoned
no.
building?
They
in
do
your life?
tours here
Like
every
New
day.
York, bro.
Hold on a minute.
That's all.
They do tours here every day. The property's a couple acres. The police department's on the outside because the streets are blocked off for this property. So they're patrolling there all night long. I don't know how they would do that. Honestly, I don't know how that would happen.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
a thing. It's a very well known property. Tours
But
go
it's
on there
just,
all
it's
day.
just as good a possibility as.
Oh,
a
yeah,
ghost
yeah,
captured
absolutely.
on camera. That's all I'm saying.
But if it would have been a person, it would have been white hot.
yeah.
It wouldn't be.
You don't
that-
see when you see me on the camera, when he
hot.
points to me, I'm bright as hell.
Let
And
me
that
show
light
what a
you see
person
in
looks like on camera.
hold on, the light that you see in there that it looks like, because I told you there's no power, that bright light, you know what that's from? In the front, in the street, they have these old lanterns, old street lights that are very dim. And that's what it picks up from that light, how bright it is.
Okay.
So anybody like that, it will pick you up. And with me, even with my jacket, everything on, you see bright, hot. And the
I don't
reason
think
why
people-
I'm in is because
Yeah.
I'm not a person that just bleeds right away. And if you ever watch my channel, you'll know that. No, don't.
No,
it was
I
there.
don't.
Yeah.
Your channel.
I
So
think
I'm
you're
skeptical
assuming that
right
we're
now.
saying it's not a ghost. We're not saying it's not
Run.
a ghost. We're just saying that you can-
Let me show you something.
You can
Steve.
prove
I
it
do
better,
like
but it
how
is-
I wanna show you
totally
something.
lost the ability
Yeah.
to speak
Hang
there.
on,
because
but
of the
there's
ratio.
other-
Steven.
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
what a person looks like on FLIR camera.
Okay.
There's different settings that you can adjust.
Well,
We didn't freaking bullshit. If that's what you want to know, that we're scumbags and liars, no, we didn't change anything.
Don't put words in my mouth. I never called
Them
anyone
in your mouth
name.
because you just said, "Oh, you could change." Well, settings could be changed. We didn't change the goddamn setting. You just put fucking words in our mouth.
Ghost video.
All right?
Ghost
That's it.
video, Ron.
Fucking guy sitting there for an hour and a half. He didn't shut up, and all he was saying is that, "Oh, this and that is all this. And you're just doing it for nothing. Get along with everybody." I dissed everybody. I have to apologize to everybody, but just get along. Get the fuck out.
I never said that. What do you want me to do? Sit here and say it's a bona fide ghost?
The only
I
other
don't know
setting
what it
on here is
I
blue
don't care what it is. What if it was a
and
ghost?
white.
So what?
Oh my
I
god!
mean, you're a ghost. You got a ghost in you. I got a ghost in me. Maybe someone died.
I
and
think
I
people are
ghosts
just
are
losing
immortal.
it. You just
You know,
gotta
it's something for
when
the
you
internet.
perceive
It's
something,
for
break
your
it down
channel, Ron,
to
not
all
for me.
those points.
Like we said, if you go to my show, it's broken down for 2 hours, the whole thing.
I don't
I'm
have a
gonna watch
show.
the
But
whole
we're
thing.
not. We haven't seen all of
I
it,
would
so
never
Right.
show.
Yeah,
Right.
we
we're not.
see
We're
a
not
little clip.
attacking. We're not
One
attacking you and
piece
say
of
you're
film
liars.
is
or
one
I'm not
anything.
data
either.
point from their show.
I'm not either. Don't put words in my
We're not
mouth.
saying you're liars, and you may have
No.
credible
I never
evidence
said you
here.
said that. And the only
Yeah,
other setting
no.
on this camera is in blue, white, and green. So if it was in
Oh.
another setting, it would be in blue, white, and green.
I'm saying
For
change
black
the
and
setting.
white.
Change the setting.
There's another
and show us
possibility
different.
with these cameras.
I'll
is
tell you what,
reflecting
Frapsap,
on-
you come out next time, I'll let you hold the camera. You can do everything you want.
I don't need to. I got my own cameras.
All right.
And
Yeah, there's another
you know what?
possibility. It could be a reflection.
I know how to build infrared viewers. Okay.
Yeah,
So do we.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Sure you do.
That's what
I
Ron
know
does for a living.
Yeah. Maybe Paul does.
That's
Maybe
what
Paul
Ron does.
understands.
That's what Ron does for a living. Maybe you should
Okay.
watch his show.
Okay. So
Oh, come on,
if that's
guys.
your-
Come
if
on.
that's your
It's a
channel,
ghost video. I'm gonna-
You would know how to
Seriously.
run something. You would know how to
Come
run
on, it's a
something.
ghost video.
Yeah. You
You
need
can't
It's a
even
good-
show
it's a
that
good
without
capture.
fucking.
If
It's
it's
a
a
fun
ghost,
mystery.
if it's a
It's a
ghost
fun mystery.
investigation,
That's what it
you
was
switch it
supposed to be.
back through normal camera and then switch it to
How many
infrared.
times did we tell you if you go to the channel where we played the video for 2 hours, we show you everything?
Well,
You're
okay.
you're looking
Yeah.
at a 15-second
So-
short.
So it's a commercial for your channel. I get it. You want views. You want.
Exactly. Absolutely fucking yes.
All right,
Is that okay with
Ron's
you?
gonna get the pitch. Ron's gonna
Settle
get the pitch
down,
right
settle
now.
down.
I'm just saying, just I don't have a channel, I don't have a show,
I'm a
but like,
paranormal.
and I
man.
just heard him. That's what I mean. Why am I getting amped? Because I heard his snide little shit just a few minutes ago when I said, "Look, like I don't just fall for anything. You could tell if you watch my channel." He goes, "Oh, that's it. You got a channel."
Well,
Like, what do
You
you
got a
think?
channel
Like,
and you
I hear
call
those little innuendos that you've been saying like that.
okay.
Like,
You're calling me a
Chris,
snide
please,
little
man.
shit. I never called you any
Please,
names.
please.
All right,
I
your
never
turn.
called
You're
you.
up, Frapsap.
Yeah, you called me a
I
snide
need a
little
boxing
shit.
match.
You
Sound
don't know.
effect.
You don't know how big I am. I'm bigger than you, and I'm not little.
and what
and
the
I'm
fuck does that mean? And what does that mean?
You said I'm
I-
a little shit. I don't.
I've
I
never
don't,
heard Ron get
I didn't call
aggravated
you
before.
any name. I didn't call you any name. All I said
I
is
think he was
you need
just
to
questioning.
switch.
That's
You need
all.
to switch back.
No,
and
there's
show-
no lights in the house, Chicago.
Show us the raw camera as opposed to the infrared camera.
And for the
you know.
600th time, if you go watch the show in full,
I
you'll
understand what
see
you're
it.
saying too. Go watch the show, and you're in a big crowd of people just like you who are going to be looking to come out with content.
Yeah.
You know, and there's going to be truth seekers.
You got to remember, we've had our own experiences in paranormal, and we know it's
paranormal
real.
investigators
So
like me.
you
We
may have
went
caught
through
something
everything
that
for
really
2
credible.
hours on 4 different cameras.
I build
All right, here we
infrared
go.
I don't know what else- I don't know what
round
else to
two.
tell you.
electro-optical devices.
All right, round two.
Where's the hot girl with the?
Yeah, I don't have that. I do have something. No, I do have something. That's
That's
mine.
those New York
what's her
hotheads.
Trixie
No.
Loose.
Oh, Trixie Loose. No, I have something else that's mine that I was going to play. But look, the whole point is,
But of
this-
course, you can never prove
first of all, I'm
paranormal.
pissed
None of
off
that
that
shit.
I'm not
It's
in
cool
this
to
new
catch
show
it, but
because
who the
this
fuck
looks like
knows?
fun. This looks like fun and something I would enjoy.
It's a lot of fun.
Go look for weird stuff and mysteries, right? And you know,
Yeah.
I like that idea. I like the whole idea of it, and it's supposed.
And as
to
I
be
was trying to
something
say
that's fun and a mystery.
Ron went ballistic, behind that house where we were is 4 acres of just woods. There's no other houses behind there. There's no people walking around. Those windows are 15 feet above the ground and just woods, and it's pitch black back there.
Gee,
So
that sounds spooky.
You
when it
gotta
comes
see.
to reflections
gotta
and shit
see-
like that, I don't know where it would come from, but then again, anything is fucking possible.
Anything's possible. And the thing is, you have to see on one part where I made a clip where I show you. I mean, you talk about pitch black. You'll see
anything. It's like up to
nothing,
PAs.
nothing until I put on the night vision, and it was still hard to walk with that on. It was like that pitch black. That's why I never wanted to turn the camera off. You can't see anything. It was nuts, and it was just strange, really weird stuff going on because there's literally where we're standing around. It's like there was the thing where Anthony's on it, and then over on the recorder, you hear like a little boy or girl say, "What was it, Anthony? How are you?" or something like that.
And then we got right there after that thing appeared in the window. Maybe, I don't know, what, 12 seconds later, not even 10 seconds later, I asked a question. I'm saying to it, we mean you no harm. We're just here to try to find out what's going on. What year did you die? Blah, blah, blah. And it laughs. Clear as
Just
day.
like that.
Clear as day. I mean,
And
you got to
now,
admit it's EVPs.
the reason I got amped,
and that's on 4 different devices we caught that.
I was standing next to him, and of course I didn't hear it. And that's why when I'm driving home and he sends me the thing, because I was next to him when he went like that. I was like maybe 20 feet away, and I heard him scare the crap out of me. But now when I'm standing next to him the whole time, and when these things are being picked up, first of all, there's like you know what it is. And again, I know it sounds like a commercial, but the thing is, not gonna, unless he wants to show everything right now, and you got the time. I don't have the time. I got work in the morning.
Let's do a watch party right now of your 2-hour broadcast.
No, I'm going to.
No. But what I'm getting at is that
I give you permission. You can.
When you
yourself out.
Well, shut up, Anthony.
No, Steven, and look, I apologize.
Yes.
Can you take that chat off for a second?
Yes.
I forgot Frapsap. I apologize to you. Sorry.
Thank
All
you,
right.
sir. I appreciate that.
No, I apologize to
I'm
you
letting
for
Traps that punch in the throat when he comes out with us.
I couldn't see his name
I'm
because the
sorry.
chat was there.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be as truculent about.
You don't have to
I'm a
apologize. It's my
paranormal
fault. I blew up.
investigator.
I shouldn't have blown up. I know better than that.
You
But-
got to
Crying out
handle
loud.
criticism,
No, but
know.
here's the
but-
thing: is like, yeah, you got to learn, dude. You're gonna have people come at you a lot worse than that.
No,
Let me-
dude.
let me-
It
let me
wasn't
tell you
that,
something.
Steven. It wasn't that. It was I sat here for an hour listening to him. And when he was going like, and it sounded like that, and that's where that built up from. It wasn't about the criticizing the thing.
Ron, what did I say that was wrong? Why did you have a problem with what I said? That was
Maybe
so
he didn't
wrong?
like the
I need-
tone or something.
I'm gonna
I needed to get that off my chest.
politely decline to continue and answer right now because, all right, the
Don't
thing
make
is,
this about me versus you. I'm not here to.
it's
bash
not
you up.
that. It's
I
not
came
that.
out to celebrate the documentary, and I still want to go see that later tonight. So I'm going to have to check out pretty soon. didn't come on here to do anything
I
else.
wanted. That's why when Steven, when you said I definitely want the
I'm a
criticism. As a
paranormal
matter of fact,
investigation.
when we showed everything, people, we first ones. I know myself. I know Anthony could talk for himself. I know myself. I am not saying that's 1,000,000% egos.
Go ahead and say whatever you want.
It's just that.
Go ahead.
Hold on. It's that.
Ron, you don't have to defend it either. It's pretty sensational.
Wait,
footage.
hold on a
I'll
second.
give you
Let me
that.
just finish getting these words out of my mouth. It's that I was there. You know what I'm saying, Stephen? And I know what you're saying, Stephen, that it could have been this and that. And trust me, that all went through my mind. But it's that for the time we were there, the hours, and that it's hard to explain. That's why I don't want to. It's just if you're there and you see the ground and how it is, you would understand why I'm so adamant that nobody was in there. Now I know, like me, I'm not a skeptic. I have a skeptical mind, but I'm not a skeptic. That everything I think is just like blah, like that.
No, neither am I.
But
It's
I don't.
so very-
I'm usually Occam's razor. That's usually the line that I fall down.
Absolutely, that's what I'm
It's
saying
just
too.
this night there, that was just a little different for me, and that's the first time and I was just bugging out on some things.
Hey guys, it's
And
getting close to
listen,
Halloween. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a ramp up.
Oh, that's true
of,
too.
of all
Yeah,
videos
good timing
on
for a show
everybody's,
like that.
everybody's channel.
But you're ruining
Yeah,
everything because I actually just went and got a sound effect, and now I don't need it, you assholes. Start yelling at each other again. I spent all this time getting a sound effect for nothing.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. I said I'm sorry. That's it.
He needed that
That's
with
rude.
BB
That's a
Cooper.
knockout. That means the
I
fight's
gotta
over.
get it and
But in
transfer it
in
from
all
a
honesty,
video to a audio file and load it in the StreamYard, and then you stop fighting. This is
Those are
terrible
not the-
timing.
Those are
Terrible
not the
timing.
Mark Sperry of Queensberry rules. Those are not the Mark Sperry of Queensberry rules.
but in all honesty, we did do that. It's on multiple cameras. You could see everything on multiple
Yeah, I'm
cameras.
excited to
It's-
see it. I want to see the whole thing and see what else you got, because
Yeah,
that's
of
only
course we
one
do.
data point. That's important
Yeah.
to consider too. This is one data point.
I think we
You've
went
got
there
more.
with 7 cameras we went there with.
Yeah, it would have
And
been
then
cool
I
if you
also
saw it with your
had
eyes. If you
multiple
saw it with your eyes
recording
as well at the same
devices.
time.
I did
And
see it with my eyes. That's why I went.
Oh, there you go.
Just the fact that I got it on camera was the plus. It was
Right.
just a
You
black,
actually saw it with your own eyes. That's good.
yeah, just like a black mass in the
Right.
window and
Yeah,
moved.
yeah.
It's pretty lucky that you guys
So
got
that changes it, you
because
see. That's a
pretty good
personal
footage.
experience with the
Yeah.
evidence, and that changes
and
it, you know.
I understand,
That's what he's
because
trying
when you
to
see
say, I
something
think.
like that without knowing any of the other background, I totally understand that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
It
How
just-
because
it
I would
just
say the
floors
same
you
But to
when
thing.
be
have
clear,
experience
you
like
guys
that.
didn't see it. The FLIR camera saw it.
I
Right.
personally seen a black
Oh,
mass
so
in
you
the
saw
window,
I didn't
shadow
see
black-
shit.
shadow
and
black
I got lucky enough that when we reviewed all these cameras, it was on the FLIR, but nothing else.
That's great. That's good.
Everything else is aimed at that house. The camcorders, the psionics, regular camera, and the FLIR is all aimed at that house. And the FLIR was the
comment
other
was
one
funny.
that picked it up. So that's why I tend to think like reflection. Okay, yeah, possible, but why did none of the other cameras pick it up? Cat,
DKD
cat,
custom.
raccoon. Okay, why did none of the other cameras pick it up?
That
Right.
was just what it looked like to me.
No, of course,
Just knowing the
absolutely. Yeah, I know.
FLIR,
I'm just saying.
That's
none
the
of those other
process of
cameras got it.
elimination.
Yeah,
you know
knowing
what
the
I mean?
FLIR would have picked that up as super bright, then maybe it can't be a cat or.
But
a
it, like you
raccoon.
said, Stephen, it's a lot of fun to be able to get to go in these places and film and stuff like that. It's
And
the
creep
experience is
yourself
great.
out. I was in a home that was
Totally freak
reported-
yourself out.
I was in a home that was reported to have several people in the family, like, well, I don't know about several, but at least one person in the family for sure was apparently possessed by demons, and they had a Catholic exorcism. And I was in that
Yeah.
home, and it was a creepy place, and I felt like I just didn't want to be in there. And
Yeah.
I can't explain it. You know what I mean?
No.
Like, I can't explain, but this feeling came over me. I don't want to be in this home. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah.
Like this dread feeling or something.
Yep.
So,
I
I know
understand.
there's something to some of this stuff, or I've just got creeped out thinking about demons in this house.
It could have
Because,
been
by the way,
infrasound as well.
bonus, the house itself, if you didn't know anything about its history, you would look around and go, this looks like a creepy ass haunted house. So it's just creepy.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like
And I
typical
got-
house.
I got like you know that feeling like the back of your neck, the hairs on the back of your neck stand
Yep.
up. Like I heard a door creak from out of nowhere. Like,
Hey, who is
Freak
this? I
out.
bet you I'm doing better than you in the UFO community going on 8,000 subscribers, Gerbil Boy. I bet you I'm doing better than you. What do you got to show? What work do
who's
you
Gerbil
do?
Boy? Who's
It's
Gerbil?
Gerbil Boy. Who's
I
this?
don't know.
Who's that?
Why don't you go get? I don't know who it is, but you can go get his shine box. This little
I've not
quick.
even seen the side.
No,
yet.
you. That's noise, bro. You don't listen to that crap,
No.
man.
I
That,
never
Yeah, but I
know.
have a feeling we might know who is this.
Yeah, yeah.
that's where you need a sign. That's where you need that sign that I don't engage with.
Dushan.
It's a pussy with a sock puppet down, whoever it is.
Hey, Dushan, is that you, Dushan? Why don't you come up on the panel and
That's
take your ripping
somebody.
like a man, you prick?
That's somebody that wants to.
And he has an avatar with a
just wants to
question mark.
slag
Doesn't
you.
even have
Yeah.
a real avatar like that. There you
Yeah.
go.
That's somebody that just
Funny,
wants-
funny. The new logo for his second channel looks eerily
Mommy, didn't
similar
we
to my
do
alien logo with the top hat. You find your own logo?
There we go.
I go grift to mine. Douchebag.
What's that sign? That thing you created,
If I can't
Steve?
get-
I will not engage with faceless, anonymous
Nameless
avatar people.
counts,
Remember that
yes.
thing on Twitter?
Yes.
That's it.
Little sissies come in.
They wake up,
use
they
their
put
own
these little
names.
fingertip boxing gloves on.
Forget
It's funny
about-
though. I think it's funny that the name is "Who Is This" because it's pretty obvious who is
Yeah.
this. You know, like come on, douchebag.
It's
pussy.
porcelain teeth. That's who it is.
Maybe.
I'm not even on Twitter. I don't believe in Twitter. I
Oh,
think
he's
it's
threatening. They're threatening to report
I
you to
think-
the paranormal
Uh-oh.
community.
Uh-oh. There's a
With the
toilet bowl running
paranormal
around with no
police
lid on it. Who could it be? It's Goofon. He swallowed a toilet bowl and has a full set of teeth. Get out of here.
okay.
Uh,
You're gonna have to call the detectives.
It's all right. It's all right. It's
Hey,
okay.
no,
We're gonna
seriously.
get over that.
I hope
this
they
guy's
give you those
cracking
teeth
me
off the bottom of a toilet.
I have
dirty
servers
toilet
to
bowl.
configure in the morning.
You know.
I have a data center build out,
okay.
Steven. So
Oh
I don't
my
care
God,
what you
these
have to
guys.
do. There's still people
investigating.
watching, and you're going to ban
what
them
did you
all.
just say, Paul?
No, I'm kidding.
I said, these guys are funny.
Oh.
You're cracking
certain-
me up
He's a little
here.
swift one. I've
My
been
eyes
hearing
are
him like that. He
dripping with
mumbles a
tears
little
with
thing.
laughter here.
I hope that Paul and
Yeah.
everyone here.
Oh, where'd you get that avatar? I love it.
Tonight. We have to do this more.
I made it in 3 days.
Excellent.
Steven,
Yeah, I coded it
Okay.
and everything.
I'll see you soon, my friend. All right.
All right.
Later,
Crap
Ron.
stop.
See ya.
Have a good
It's a
night.
wee bit
Ryan.
rough,
Good
this
night.
large version.
Oh, wait a
though.
minute. Were you done? I'm sorry.
No, yeah. I was just saying bye. Thank
wanna-
you. You want me out?
Did you want to plug your channel again? Because I know you guys need the money so bad, right?
We need the money so
Love
bad.
the
33
money so
subscribers. Got so much
Yes.
coming in.
You
All right,
you need
guys.
the money so bad you're going to give up on UFOs and do ghosts now. So
I'm not giving up on
Well,
UFOs.
we'll plug your channel to help you
Yeah.
out because you guys are so destitute and need the money. so
Yeah,
bad.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I made so
please.
much money.
You're welcome. man.
Please.
I think I made
I-
$8 this week on my
I
channel.
need it.
All right.
I want to
Get
quit
some
my
rest,
IT
buddy.
job.
You get
Mhm.
some rest, buddy.
Join my
night.
Discord and you can post it there as well if you want.
All right. Yeah. And then there were 3, and we should wrap things up. I always start these
Yeah.
panels and I say, oh, this one's going to be quick. It's not going to be a
4
4-hour
hours.
one.
Never
It's a
quick.
4-hour one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the time there, by the way, Steve, in the morning?
It's 1 a.m. And my children
Oh,
have
right.
a half
1,
day
yeah.
tomorrow, so I actually have to go to
Right.
sleep eventually. You know,
Well, we can always come up on your
I
channel.
normally
another
do
time if you
second
want.
shift, meaning they get off school at like 3:30, between 3:30 and 4. So normally I could sleep
Right.
all day. My wife does the early
Yeah.
shift and gets them there, and then I got to get them out. But tomorrow I
yeah.
got to get up early because the half day nonsense. I hate the half days more than I'd rather they just leave them home all day than the half days. They never know when the
Yeah,
bus is
yeah.
coming, and it becomes this whole thing like, well, it gets out at this time, so I leave. It's just a nightmare.
The
These
bus
half
never
days.
comes the right
Yeah,
time
yeah.
in the morning for the kid. I'm always ended up driving to the school. Supposed to be here at 7:40.
No,
Sometimes it's here at 5
mine are
after
pretty
8.
good on normal days.
Coming home, it's good.
on
But
the
in
half
the
days
morning,
are
it's not good.
terrible though. It's like they take too long. One time I asked my son, I'm like, why is the bus so late? He's like, I don't know. It took a really, really long time to get all the kids on the bus today. So they just don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know what goes on, but yeah. Gotta, the
Good
good
luck
news
with
is
the kids, man. Good luck with the family. All you fathers out there, you know, it's got to be a rough
it's
job,
tough.
and
It's
you
rough,
got to make
yeah.
ends
Not easy.
meet, and a lot of
Not
kids
easy.
need a lot more mouths to feed, and you
I
got
don't have to worry about anything, Frapsap. I'm just going
No,
to beg
you
for
don't.
super chats for everything that I need.
Just
Yeah.
go
And then I don't have to worry about it.
I'm
Then
gonna
pay-
go
don't
grift
pay
over in the
cash.
paranormal computer. I'm gonna go grift in the paranormal community now with my tint
I
up.
don't know, man.
Pays
I'm
the
not saying.
cash.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. It's only fortune, and that's only temporal. You gotta look past that. We're talking spiritual. We're talking about ghosts. I think
Halloween's
Halloween's coming up. People are more reminded of spirit for some reason around this time. But yeah, we're all
Yeah,
spirit.
and in his
Yeah.
We're all
defense,
spirits.
Frapsap,
Be
don't
good
you
spirits.
think if he's interested in UFOs, he's probably interested in ghosts and other?
I'm
paranormal
interested in
activities?
cryptids.
Everyone's interested
Love
in
it
ghosts
all.
and UFOs, and but we just gotta watch out for people trying to come along
Love
and
it all.
pull a fast one and pull the wool over our eyes because it takes time away from.
No, I know what they did. They kidnapped a cat and jammed it in the window, and then they said, "Jump, bitch!" while they filmed it, and then he pretended to lose all sense of how to speak. He was so
Yeah.
shocked when the cat jumped off the thing, and then they gave the cat some food, or maybe they starved it and trained
Starved
it
it.
to jump off.
You gotta
of a-
starve it and train
That's
it,
what
man.
they did. They
starve
starved
it
it
and
for a
train it.
month, training it, and it had to jump off of a windowsill to get.
We made it
some
run
food.
through hoops.
And then
Listen,
they
there you
broke
go.
in that place, put
Steve's
the damn
nailed-
cat
Steven's
that
nailed
they
it.
kidnapped in there, and they filmed it. and then he lost all sense of reality and couldn't say the word film for 10 seconds.
You're good, Stephen. You're good.
Yes, that's
You
what they
nailed it.
did. I'm going to do a new documentary debunking paranormal detectives. It's going to be my next one. Yeah,
That's funny.
Right on, man.
But yeah, I think the paranormal and maybe the UFOs sort of connected, eh? It seems to be happening that way.
Well, if you open yourself up to something, you know, you might not appreciate, you know, the outcome. It's like you're fiddling and dabbling with occult forces that are beyond human beings' control in the first place.
I agree with that
And
100%.
Yeah, I had this.
Wait a
I had
minute. And
this
there's
theory.
warnings, Paul. There's warnings. Don't talk to the dead. Don't go looking to, you know, and the reason why is because, for one thing, there's charlatans out there, charlatans, snake oil salesmen, gypsy palm readers who are going to take your cash quickly. A fool and his money are soon parted. And then there are also real spiritual things that are not to be tinkered with, because if there are evil spirits out there and demons in anywhere in a location, don't go over there. What are you going to do? I mean, they're more powerful.
Well, you
than
know,
a human.
goof on.
Call you. They're going to drag you down to where you don't want to go. I mean, stay away from it.
Goof on.
Avoid it.
Use the spirit board. 157
Listen, it doesn't matter who
without
opens it.
closing it.
You're talking about a Ouija board, and the thing with the Ouija board is it's a board game put out by Milton Bradley, which you can buy in stores. It's a group game, and the thing is they all put their hands on the planchette. And it's a date game. Your girlfriend and maybe
that's why you're not supposed to do it alone, because if
you don't do it alone,
because is that real though? Is that
no?
Is that like a real thing?
One of them's in on it, and they're moving it to spell different words, and you're like, "Oh my God, it's moving by itself." You're not doing it, and you're gullible. And then they spell out, "There's a ghost at the window," and everyone looks.
Yeah, I want to see that thing move on its own. That planchette.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
I believe this.
Yeah. Oh, he's back.
I can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes.
You hear me?
Yep.
All right. Just want to read this to you. So Jim got back to me. He said, "Oh wait, let me pause. Wait, I got an echo. Sorry." So Jim got back to me and he said, about that first one about that plane. He said, "All sounds good to me. I believe the B-21 Raider will roll out on the 22nd of November." He says 34 years from the date of the B-2 rollout. And then I also asked him, I said, about coming on your show. He said, tell Steve, let me know when, and he's good.
Okay, awesome. We'll do it next week.
Hey, nice, man. That's awesome.
It's about time you did something for me, you prick. You take all these plugs. I'm helping you with your new channel and promoting it, you prick.
Yeah, and getting boxing bells to start fights. Yeah, I know.
Come on, man.
Uh-huh.
You know,
I gotta get out of here. I gotta get up at 6.
Anyway, I just want to let you know that.
All
I'll
right,
hook
have
you
a
guys
good
up.
night,
Okay?
Anthony.
Have a good night, Brad. Thank you again.
We'll check out their new channel and
Out there,
Anthony,
channel. Be good, Stephen.
We'll put it
Yeah,
in the
okay.
description of the video. Your new channel,
See ya.
Paranormal Detectives. Thanks for being here, and now we have you guys. But we're gonna wrap things up.
Drop out. Yeah.
Yes, it's been a long night, and I have a long day ahead of me tomorrow because I have to get my children, feed them lunch, dinner, all that, and then I have to pack up and go to the cabin. So,
Right.
big day
But
tomorrow.
perhaps we'll get together, me and you, Stephen, only, and maybe we can talk about my experiences if you want.
Yeah,
and
that'd
my
be good.
theories that I.
But
that
I'd
I've
like to
sort of-
talk to a real face, not an alien face, while you're telling me. personal
Unfortunately, I've always been skeptical about putting up my real face. But if I do, I'll probably end up being so crappy because of the camera here.
story. We'll talk
'cause
about
of
it.
light.
We'll talk about it another time. It's not
Yeah.
that important. But I appreciate
Yeah.
you being here, and thank you for your contribution. And go ahead,
No
Frapsap.
problem.
I'm
I
sorry.
just wanted to say, have a great night, fellas. I guess this is the end of the show. Have a great night, Paul,
Yeah.
Stephen. It's good
Yeah,
being
you
on
too.
with you, fellas.
Yeah, good to
Okay,
put a
yeah.
name. Good to put a face to the name, Frapsap.
That's cool, man.
Good to see you. All right,
Right
you
on,
have a good
Yeah.
night.
Hey, good night.
And then
Okay,
Paul,
how do I get
you're-
out of this thing?
Yes, I will do that. And I want to thank you
All
for your
right.
contribution to the documentary film, which is in the
Right.
description of the video, a free documentary. Paul's not making any money from this. Nobody's making any money from this. It's about
No.
giving people the truth, right, Paul?
Yep. It's always been about the truth. Truth wins in the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you
Yeah.
for helping us to make sure that it
Okay.
would.
Have a good night rest,
All
and
right.
I'll catch you
Thank you
on
very
Twitter
much.
and whatnot. Okay.
Yes,
Good night.
thank you, Paul. All right, boy, what a long one, but good show. And I'm only disappointed that more people didn't yell and scream at each other, because apparently people like that. I don't like it. I make fun of it when it happens, but it tends to happen when you have different personalities all feel very, very strongly about different things, and it's unavoidable sometimes. So I would encourage you to check out the new Third Phase of Moon documentary that just dropped. And again, it's a free documentary. It costs nothing. And the new one is called Third Phase of Fake, Recent Hoaxes, Fakes, and Misrepresentations, a free film made for educational purposes about the Cousins brothers, Third Phase of Moon. And also, I suppose, about people who work for them and defend their fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery, which I am opposed to. And while it's unfortunate that all of this started simply because I popped off and told Third Phase of Moon what I really think of them, I'm happy with the outcome. And I hope more people will be educated about these topics and know that sometimes they're not looking at anything extraordinary. They're looking at things like lens flares, Chinese lanterns, rocket exhaust, a helicopter, a reflection in a piece of glass. These things don't interest me. These are ordinary things. It's the extraordinary things. Those are the things that interest me. And I will occasionally, I think I should try to refocus myself on the actual phenomenon and less on the fraudsters, fakers, and bullshitters. But unfortunately, I get interested, and we see all of the deception, and I'd like to show people the truth, peel those layers of deception, and show people what's really happening. I guess it's always been an interest of mine, right? To look at these things, and quite honestly, I am shocked by how blatant people will fake things in this world here, this world of UFOs and aliens, to make money, and also how they have no shame. You know, Rich has been defending this fakery and fraudery for months now. A documentary drops today with another 2 hours and 23 minutes of evidence that they keep faking things recently. And he just shows up like, I don't know, me, I'd be ashamed of myself. I'd be afraid to show my face. I'd be ashamed to, after I've said all those things. They never hoaxed anything. They never faked anything. You can't prove they faked anything. They never did it on purpose. They didn't do it in the last 8 years, 5 years, 3 years. After a while, I just can't believe that people can keep going, like, without stopping and saying, hey, I got it wrong. I got it wrong on them. But it's not about being right or wrong. To me, it's been about the truth. And if the truth is that they're shoveling garbage at the UFO community and have been since they started and continue to do so, I think it's okay to stand up and talk about it and say, this is not acceptable. It's garbage. Because I'm not interested in garbage. I'm interested in the actual phenomenon, the real phenomenon. And posting hundreds of fake videos that are ordinary earthly objects, or faking videos through deception like magic tricks and camera tricks and other things, it does no service to this. It lessens the interest in this, because Third Phase of Moon and people like Rich from GoofOn are the reason that people say all of this is fake. Because all of Third Phase apparently is fake, or most of it, right? But I get it. They wouldn't have a business if they actually could only post things that truly were a mystery, because those things are very, very few and far between. It's interesting to me that despite all of Rich's excuses and Third Phase's excuses, so many talented people can just look at the videos they post and tell you right away what it is, or tell you right away that it's fake, and then with a very little bit of time, an hour or two, can tell you what it is. So many things that they have posted have been identified within minutes of them posting them as some big mystery, that I don't believe that the excuse or the I don't believe that the excuse that they didn't know is valid, or they didn't do it on purpose. There's only two possibilities here. Either they do all of this intentionally to make money, and they know these things are not extraordinary or a mystery, or they're the dumbest UFO investigators in the world of Earth. In all of Earth, those two and Rich are the dumbest UFO investigators, UFO researchers, whatever you want to call them. They're the dumbest of the dumb. There's no dumber UFO person than Third Phase or Rich. And both those possibilities, those are the only two possibilities. Either they do this on purpose to make money and they know it's all fake, the shit that they post, and fake and create and manipulate to sell. Either they know it's fake and they do this to make money, to scam people, and to scam viewers, lie to viewers, or they are the dumbest people looking at UFOs on the planet Earth. Those are the only two possibilities. And both of those possibilities make me say, then why are they worthy of watching? Either possibility tells me they're not. They're just not. And a final point on Rich is that the whole point of his show is that he's a UFO expert. Who's going to trust a UFO expert that for months now has been lying through his teeth, telling everybody that Third Phase of Moon never faked anything? Oh, they haven't faked anything in the past 8 years. Oh, no, I meant they haven't faked anything in the past 5 years. I meant they haven't faked anything in the past 3 years on purpose. Yes, they have. So who's going to trust him as a UFO expert? There's two possibilities there. Either he's the dumbest UFO guy on Earth for backing them up and excusing what they do and going along with the charade and the pretending that they don't know what these things are before they post them, or he knows that they're scamming people. He knows that they're conning people with provably fake shit, and he doesn't care because he's getting his little piece of that money. And all it took was a tiny little bit of money, and Rich sold his soul and has been sitting there lying to his audience for months and months. And these documentaries clearly prove that he's been lying to his audiences for months and months now, if not 3 years. And that's a sad position for him to be in, especially being the kind of person that can never, ever admit he was wrong about something. I may not get things right here sometimes, but I will admit to you when I get it wrong. So we're going to wrap things up here. And I encourage you, please do take the link of the new Third Phase of Moon documentary. It's in the description of the video below. Please do take that link and copy it. Post it on your social media. Remember, they're censoring people. They don't want it on YouTube. They don't want people to see it. They want as few people to see it as possible. Luckily, there are free speech zones left. So right now it's on Odyssey, and we have, I think I have 20 or so other links where it will be available. And this, of course, is the way that we prevent them from stopping people. Should they be successful in false copyright claiming it wherever it is and gets taken down, there's 19 more links that I will put up. We will not be silenced. We will not be censored by the very people that our documentary film investigates. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works or should work. And it's very troubling that a person can be investigated by investigative journalists or filmmakers and then somehow have the power to stop people from seeing the work that those people investigating them have produced. That's not how this works. That shouldn't be how this works. And unfortunately, though, we live in a pretty strange world where apparently that does work for a time. They've been successful at censoring people, copyright claiming things off of YouTube. Like I said, I don't know that I can put it on YouTube without them copyright claiming it. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that. We have to make a decision, but there's other factors, of course, that are involved in that decision-making process. One of them being that if I were to upload it to my YouTube channel, Third Phase of Moon, in order to show that they were serious, would have to also start copyright claiming Alien from Ollie from Alien Addict, Paul from the Out There channel, Heathcliff from Astral Citizens. If I put it up, they're going to have to copyright claim everybody. Are they willing to do that to stop people from seeing this new documentary? They were willing to copyright claim one person to stop people from seeing the first one. Maybe I'll write to them and ask them if they're going to copyright claim me if I put it up, because real men would tell the truth and answer the question. I think it's clearly fair use, and it should be protected as fair use and free speech. And the people being investigated should not have the right to decide who can put a video on YouTube about them. The documentary is about them. The documentary is about YouTube, and I can't put it on YouTube, apparently, for it. I may get a copyright claim and strike, and that could affect the show's income here. Great. So I have some thinking to do, but I do my best thinking in the woods, hiking, and I'm going to be doing some of that this weekend. You know, so often I go to that cabin and I work my ass off doing some big project, and I think this weekend I'm going to fart around doing some firewood, but that's it. Otherwise, I'm going hiking. I'm going fishing. I'm going to try to deprogram myself from this imaginary world that we live in here out there in the real world. So we want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank our kind and generous benefactors, our Patreon supporters, you people throwing super chats and super stickers, and you people throwing super thanks. By the way, that's something new. You can throw money at us anytime now. Just hit the thanks button on YouTube. We want to thank our PayPal donators, everybody throwing a couple of bucks in the hat. It all adds up to funds that we use to keep the show here going. And we appreciate all of you. And we appreciate all of you who come here and attend the live shows. The final thing I would remind you is that if you're listening to the audio podcast, please do remember you're missing half the fun. Half the fun of the show is the live broadcast. So please do go on over to YouTube, hit the search bar, the little magnifying glass icon, put in there Truth Seekers, one word. You'll see me, a strange guy with sunglasses, pop up. Smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live show. And you can come here and be a part of the live show. You see, we take audience questions. Interaction is a big part of the show. We want you to come and be a part of it. So go over to YouTube, Truth Seekers in the search bar. Go there, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you'll know when we're doing a live show. They're usually at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Sidvich, which is kind and generous, I don't know what that is. NOK? Norwegian crowns? Is that what that is? I don't know what that is. But hey, thank you very much. Very, very generous of you. Sidvich, longtime show supporter. Thank you for your kindness, your generation, and your generosity, and your support of the show. Longtime show supporter Sidvich. It is much, much appreciated. So what can I say, friends? This is the second documentary for Third Phase of Moon released in the past 2 weeks. There's been 2 in 2 weeks. That really does. I encourage you to watch both of them. The new one is very good and deals solely with things that they have faked, frauded, and hoaxed in the past 5 years, mostly. The other one, the first one, and both links are in the description of this video. The first one shows all of the stuff when they started. when it was really, really them just filming things and faking things. I got to hand it to them. They are very creative. I just wish that they would use that creativity to do something positive for the world instead of just, look, we fooled people into believing that this is something it's not again for the 100th time. It's a shame. They're very talented guys, but they lack the discipline to do something good with the talent. I don't understand the motivation, except maybe they like to trick people, get a rush off of that. Like, look, we fooled all these people, except in a lot of cases, no, you didn't. And you get caught very easily. I wish it wasn't so easy to catch third phase of moon faking shit. I mean, they should hire somebody good at faking shit if they want to get away with it, but they don't, and they get caught a lot. And I have a feeling they're going to get caught a lot going forward. And we'll see new excuses and new talking points from people like Rich, who is being paid, bribed off to lie for them. This whole story is sad, right? And if I told you what little pennies they paid Rich, right? It is pitiful that somebody would sell out for that little tiny bit of money. I mean, I would go get a job before I would stand there in front of cameras and tell people foolish, ridiculous things like third phase moon never got caught hoaxing anything. Third phase moon, they haven't hoaxed anything in 8 years, 5 years, 3 years. It's pitiful. It's pitiful. I pity him because he's got to keep going now. He's ridden this horse, this dying horse, that far. He's got to ride that horse until it's just a rotting corpse, I guess. I can't believe he keeps doubling and tripling down. I can't believe that he has the audacity to show his face in public after the things that he has said in defense of these third phase people. I'm at a loss when I think about it. I don't know. I don't know if his conscience is gone. I don't know if he needs the money so badly that he has to do this. And that's sad too, right? I'm fortunate. I don't have to lie to people for a living. And I feel sorry for anybody that does. It's not a good place to be. But what I'm going to do, friends, is I'm going to disconnect from this. While I'm at the cabin, I'll be shutting off the router and turning off my phone for everyone except my wife. That's it. I think it's good. I gotta disconnect from this nonsense. And then I'll come back Monday and we'll do it all again. Or maybe I won't. Sometimes I think that I'm wasting my time. Is anybody listening? Does anybody care? Does anybody understand what it takes to just keep doing this? I mean, there's multiple roads ahead of me. I could just become an attack dog, nasty debunker, right? I could just do that. Just attack dog, debunker. Just this is fake, and this is fake, and this is fake, and this is fake, and this is fake. Because 90% or more of all this shit is fake. Whether anybody will tell you the truth about that or not, that's the truth. 90 or more percent at least of all of this stuff is fake. But that's not why I got here. That's not why I came here, to just show you what is not mysterious or reveal to you that which is not supernatural, not paranormal, not aliens, not anything extraordinary. I got here for the things because of my interest in those things that are unexplainable, are mysterious, are paranormal, or supernatural. That's where my interest should be. And maybe I need to think about that. And maybe I will. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you, especially you, Third Phase of Moon, and you, Rich from Goofon. I'm going to pray that all three of you come up with a better way to make money than doing this ridiculous Cosmic Con shuffle anymore. Good night, and God bless all of you, friends.